Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. A Syrian court has sentenced former President Bashar al-Assad to death after a trial in absentia. A Houthi missile attack kills 4 cargo ship crew members in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait as Yemen's armed forces target several of the militia's positions. Iran's foreign minister meets with Pakistan's interior minister in Tehran. And Zelensky accuses Russia of using North Korean missiles in deadly overnight attacks. A Syrian court has sentenced former President Bashar al-Assad to death after a trial in absentia that's convicted him of war crimes and crimes against humanity during the country's civil war. It's the first ruling under Syria's transitional leaders who ousted al-Assad in December 2024, who then fled to Moscow with his family after being overthrown. His younger brother, Maher al-Assad, who also lives in Russia, was sentenced to death in absentia for premeditated murder and torture, whilst their former security official and cousin, who was present in court, was sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. For more on this, I'm joined by Nawa Shaban, researcher at the Arab Center for Contemporary Studies. Nawa, it's a pleasure to have you on the show, as always. Thank you so much for your time with me. Celebrations in the streets of Damascus today after the death sentences of Bashar al-Assad, his brother and cousin, were handed down. Does this signal a genuine break from the Assad era, or is it revenge by the victors?
First of all, thank you for having me always. When we talk about the celebration, it should be first understood as an expression of relief. Relief after a year of violation and year of torture, all of that comes together. These kind of verdict comes against senior official held accountable, a genuine break with the Assad era. However, will be measured by, this is being measured by a judicial process rather than a sensitive, let's say, a severity of the punishment. Mm-hmm. We're not witnessing here just the case of a punishment. It was a system. It was a procedure of 9 cases. Some of them were televised. Mm-hmm. There was also Atif Najib had his own lawyer. There was witnesses. There was document. There was victim. So we're not witnessing here a case of vengeance or vendetta. We're witnessing a case of judicial process. Of course, the celebration today, especially in Daraa, were massive, even in Damascus, because as I told you, this is like the let's say the first sense of relief for the victim, for the families of these victims. Atif Najib is tied to a major incident who exploded the whole country. We all know that he is tied to the, let's say, brutal act done for children in Daraa, Al-Umari Mosque, and so on.
And I wanted to ask you a little bit more about this, because these are the first officials of the Assad regime to be sentenced by a Syrian court. And unlike Assad and his brother who fled to Russia, Atif Najib was in court. He was actually there. What did this symbolize, and what exactly is he accused of?
So basically, he's accused of one of them, in a bold line. We all know what happened to the children of Daraa, but he was responsible. He was with the chain of command, responsible of shooting live ammunition against protesters, the massacre that happened in Al-Umari Mosque in Daraa, arresting people, torture, all of that. He tried during the court a couple of times to put the finger of the blame against other security branches, But it was obvious, as I said, it was nine rounds. There was witnesses. He even brought his own witnesses. He had a lawyer. But one of the main cases that, there is several cases that were he was accused on, but mainly the one that exploded the whole situation in Syria, the children, Al-Omri massacre, giving the order for a couple of for the security personnel to use live ammunition against protesters.
And I think the big question that many people are thinking right now, is Russia likely to hand over Bashar al-Assad and his brother to Syria? Because as we know, Moscow still has very strategic interests in the country.
I don't think that the Russians are willing to hand over Bashar al-Assad or Maher al-Assad. I think this is against it. It never happened when someone asking for asylum with Russia that they handed over this person or this whoever. But the idea, what's interesting, that this verdict comes after a few days from announcing the agreement, the new agreement, or the new version of the agreement between the Syrian government and the Russian in regard of Hmeimim and Tartus. And I do believe that this is a direct message from the Syrian government for the Russian. Okay, now we are trying to rebuild our relationship on a solid ground, step by step, but that doesn't mean that we will stop with the judicial process against Bashar al-Assad, Maher al-Assad, and other officials who fled to Russia. There are several officials. There are some claim that Suhail Hassan is there in Russia. There are several senior officials hiding within Russian territory. So I think it's a direct message from the Syrian government saying that we have a process, we have a line of rebuilding relationship, but this will not affect. It might affect it to the benefit of the Syrian side. The Syrian government might use the new agreement or the proceeding with the new agreement on putting more pressure against on the Russian in regard of handing over specific names. In my opinion, I don't think that the Russians are willing to hand over anyone right now.
And after 14 years of war and a judiciary that was heavily controlled by the Assad regime, how has Syria's new government gone about rebuilding an independent justice system in order to bring these sentences that we are seeing today a fair due process?
The rebuilding process has begun already. Although it would be premature to say that judicial independency has been fully achieved. The Constitutional Declaration recognized the judicial independency. The authority also have restored 63 judges who were dismissed because of their position with the opposition. Also removed other judges following investigation, reopened training, strengthened judicial inspection. There is a several steps happening in regard of rebuilding a new image, presenting it in a healthy way to the public, to the institution, to the international community. All of that is happening, but we need to understand something very important in regard of different sector, not only the judicial sector. Syria still is out of a conflict. Still, we are. There are steps. You have the security issues, you have the economic issues, you have the political atmosphere. All of that is happening all together. So basically, sometimes positive impact will not be visible, but there are positive tools. This is what I can assure you.
And just briefly, after years of war, torture, disappearances, and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Syrians, how do the victims' family view the sentences handed down today?
Well, basically, I don't. There was, as I told you, there was a sense of achievement or relief. But I don't think that all family victims hold a single position. I am a victim. Myself, I'm a victim. I have family members that are victims also. I was detained for 2.5 years. So basically, not all of us felt the same because the level of relief is different from a victim to another. Some people don't know if their children or their missing relative are alive. Some people, they don't know where they are buried. So this is what happened today is not something related to all the violation that occurred in Syria. We still have the use of chemical weapons. You have the Tsibnaya, you have all these cases still open, and all of them are tied to hundreds of families. So I think this is a first step. Some family were, of course, happy, mainly from Darha, some from Damascus. Some people felt like this is the first step to achieve like full relief and to get not the vengeance. We need justice. This is very important. What we are repeating over and over again, the Syrian people are not looking for vengeance. They are looking for justice. Justice for the victim, for themselves, for the years of suffering.
Nawar Shaban, it was great to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
The Houthis have struck a cargo ship with 3 ballistic missiles in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, killing 4 people. Meanwhile, Yemen's armed forces have targeted several of the militia's positions. This comes as Pakistan has reportedly said the US and Iran are close to some agreement on peace as Pakistan's Interior Minister visits Tehran. For more on this, I'm joined by senior expert at Initiate Futures, Hanan Hussein. Hanan, as always, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you so much for your time. I just want to begin, if we can, with the Houthis, because has the Houthi campaign now entered a much more dangerous phase? And what alarms does it raise for the Middle East region?
Thanks, Leigh Ann. So I think it undoubtedly has reached a key tipping point, which points to a larger conflagration, if not contained. So when you look at, for example, the regional alarms, one of them is that the expansion of the war, even beyond any delicate US-Iranian consensus, could in some ways be steered by these semi-autonomous attacks, violations, and increased cross-border attack coordination between the Yemeni Houthis and as well as some of the Iran-aligned militias within Iraq. We do know that we've seen early intelligence as well, which suggests that Yemen's ability to ramp up these attacks in some ways has some domestic determinants to kind of fight for an outside say in getting concessions for their own financial and territorial clout as well. And we do see slivers of that in this renewed conflagration, which has compromised in some ways the core essence of peace within the ceasefire deal, which we saw over the last year. So I think when you bring all these elements together, I think the region is on the lookout for an extension of this particular war spillovers, partly driven by the Houthis' ability to, in some ways, disrupt the Red Sea shipping and also frame any sort of illegal attacks on Gulf countries as some sort of a self-defense imperative. So I think the lack of resistance on that front is concerning. But then with this escalation happening, there are also weak spots for the Houthis to maintain the current line of escalation.
And that leads me on to a question I wanted to actually speak to you about. Are the Houthis, do you think, primarily fighting for domestic leverage in Yemen, or has Yemen now just become an extension of the wider Iran-US confrontation?
I think a bit of both. So on the domestic front, we do know that the Houthis, being confined to the fringes, now feel that they are in a better position to kind of put enough leverage in terms of attack capacities, troop formations. We've seen drone and missile attacks today as well, by putting the internationally recognized government on the back foot. I think the primary, driver on that front is the Houthis' ability to ensure that even if a regional deal is met, then that will naturally call for the Houthis to have some sort of tempered influence on the back of Iranian concessions with the US. So then that'll lead them to kind of look to capitalize their space in the domestic space. We do know that, for example, the key cities that they have attacked in recent times are strategic because the largest signal being sent out is that this is us trying to secure, the assets on ground. But I think the biggest determinant on that front is that the US-Iranian war, because of courtesy of many of the mediators involved and the lack of concessionary space to kind of build on these polarized positions, tells you that at some point there has to be some sort of verifiable de-escalation. When that happens, the Houthis are likely to shift their brand of influence on the domestic front, which could point to the larger risks of a civil war fallout with the government should the international community not step in with adequate safeguards at this point.
And let's talk about what the international community is doing at the moment, because Pakistan's Interior Minister has met Iran's Foreign Minister in Tehran as efforts to reach a deal on the Strait of Hormuz appear to be gathering pace. But we've been saying this for a little while, haven't we? Is the broader Iran-US deal, do you think, now within grasp, or do we still have some way to go? Because we know both sides are so far apart.
I think there's still some way to go. So a couple things. Number one, I think the momentum that we've seen so far has been on the Iran-Oman track, which was an extension of some of the core points agreed within the initial framework. But I think the penchant to still present that as some sort of bargaining leverage tells you that the political dimensions of this larger arrangement still need to be negotiated a bit further. I do feel that there have been signs of optimism. For example, the Omanis and the Iranians, as we speak, are looking to kind of for ways through which they could technically fit whatever consensus they've reached as part of a broader breakthrough with the US, despite Iranian denial on that front. But I think the broader position over there is if you're still willing to extract concessions on the back of a deal, it points to leaving off the deals, I'd say exact finalization, implementation to a later stage. So yes, there are certain optimistic signs, but given the volatility of public and official sentiment in both Washington, especially in Iran, I think many of those hopes would merit some tempered optimism going forward.
Yeah, I think tempered optimism is a good way to put it, because we're just hearing from Iranian Security Council. They've been speaking, says Hormuz Strait to remain closed, unless the US meets Iran's conditions. So we seem to hear these oscillating positions from both sides. But President Donald Trump says Iran's economy is unsustainable, with inflation running at 300%, and that Washington should just simply keep up the economic pressure. Is he right that Iran is actually close to breaking point, or has he underestimated how much they can endure?
I think underestimated many of the factors going forward. So number one, when you just look at, for example, the energy export front, the U.S. blockade has, in many ways, tempered down many of the accelerated exports which the Iranians were opting for. But it's a fact that the Iranians have also invested heavily in their shadow fleet, something which has led their tankers to reach the shores of ASEAN economies as far as Asia as well. So that tells you that the underground network of kind of maintaining this economy, something which we have seen far before the war as well, during Israeli attacks on Iran and also under punitive U.S. sanctions in 2015, Iranians have kind of developed this alternative network of sustaining supplies. Of course, I think the pain is supposed to be there, but the fact that the U.S. could just wait and watch until Iran implodes from within would be a bit of an understatement of some of the workarounds that they have agreed on in terms of on the regional front. And very briefly, I think when you look at the domestic front as well, it's a fact that the currency depreciation was a trigger moment for these violent protests to peak in recent times in earlier this year. But the Iranians have also maintained a very strong and punitive push to manage public sentiment going forward. So I think with those controls and workarounds being in place, the U.S. might need a little bit more than just economic pressure to make Iran meet. I think the recent diplomacy, regardless of how what the pros and cons of that are, the fact that the Iranians are still exchanging competing proposals based on updated requirements with the U.S. through Qatar and Pakistan points to that additional layer, which needs to be supplemented with economic pressure for the U.S. to deliver on the goals which it says it will deliver on.
And just, Hanan, before I let you go, Saudi Arabia's King Salman bin Abdulaziz has praised the Mecca joint agreement between Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan. Does this signal that Riyadh sees the pact as the foundation of a new regional security architecture?
I think it does. So very quickly, three core strengths of that particular agreement. I think, number one, it evolves a long-standing consultative diplomacy process in the interest of regional peace and kind of formalizes the channel to do that. It comes at a time when the regional optics have been, kind of focused on presenting this ecosystem of exchanging views on regional diplomacy to sides of threats and come forward with cooperative approaches. I think that's what kind of speaks to a regional architecture which is moving in the right direction. Secondly, there's a premium on aligning future actions with international law, something which resonates with the comparative strengths of all three countries involved. And number three, the fact that it's not singling out any single party tells you that the work in progress which goes into thinking about an alliance like this is kind of open to regional sentiment and also factors in both the challenges and opportunities to move forward. So yes, I think it's a break from all the, I'd say, pointed alliance-making speculations we have seen in other parts of the region. And Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Turkey's track record on delivering on what they say on the diplomatic terms, all the more adds to that optimism going forward.
Hanan Hussein, as always, great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
We can now go to former senior US diplomat Mark Fitzpatrick. Mark, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. I want to just begin with the Houthis. So with 3 civilian crew members killed in the latest Houthi attack, has the threat on commercial shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb now reached a new dangerous level, do you think?
Well, thanks for having me. And yes, absolutely. Your question answers itself almost, right? When mariners are killed on the waterway, insurers won't even insure the ships, and the ships just won't sail. That effectively closes off the waterway. Maybe a couple ships went through, but until the security of shipping can be secured, that is really a huge blow to international financial arrangements, to the oil that has been being shipped out of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. I think this is a huge escalation.
And Mark, you have said many Americans may see Yemen as someone else's war, but if the Houthis threaten the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and global oil and shipping prices rise, does Yemen ultimately become a US economic and political problem, do you think?
Yes, I think it does. This is a huge conundrum for the U.S. Trump administration, members of which, before the election, had been leaning toward isolationism, the idea that the United States should not be the world's policeman, that let countries in the regions involved take care of themselves, take care of the trouble in the regions. The United States didn't have to be everywhere expanding its resources, paying the price for defending everyone. That was a very strong impulse in the Republican administration, and it was strange, actually, that President Trump departed from that in his several interventions and the disastrous Iran war that he got himself into. And I think inside the administration today, the impulse for isolationism versus the impulse to try to, demonstrate American might are still in conflict. And ultimately, the United States really has to do something because it impacts so badly in the American economy, increasing the price of oil in particular as the midterm elections approach. It's a huge problem for the Trump administration.
And let's talk a little bit about maybe Donald Trump is looking for an off-ramp ahead of those midterm elections. We have been hearing that a lot. And Pakistan's Interior Minister is in Tehran as we speak, holding talks with Iran's foreign minister. Is a diplomatic breakthrough on the horizon between the US and Iran? Could we see something come through and maybe President Donald Trump could do a bit of a victory lap?
Oh, don't we all wish that would happen? And, kudos for Pakistan for trying to mediate and trying to bring something about. But listen, what we're hearing from Tehran now shows no sign of flexibility, with Iran saying they're not even going to negotiate with the United States until Trump is out of office. That's a new position that Iran has taken. They've taken a sharp turn toward a hardline militant stance. Iran is willing to suffer whatever economic and military damage that the United States can inflict, because Iran thinks that they can inflict greater damage on the United States and that the United States has less willingness to withstand the pain. Iran can take the pain, the United States can't. That's the way they see it. So no, I'm sorry to say I don't see any solution on the horizon. I think things have gotten very much worse in the last couple of weeks.
Well, there is positive mood music if we have a look at what Pakistan are saying, and also Oman and Qatar. Obviously, Oman has been heavily involved in the mediation. Qatar says they're in advanced stages when it comes to a solution between Iran and Oman on the Strait of Hormuz, and then Pakistan also a similar rhetoric coming from them. Do you think that the Strait of Hormuz now is just basically down to who's going to blink first?
Well, I think, Oman and Iran have worked out an agreement that works for each of them. Oman doesn't care that Iran would be charging an effective toll for ships traveling through the strait. But the United States has not been part of these negotiations. They've been a very interested observer, and the United States plays a role. They are the ones that are blocking one end of the strait, still trying to block Iranian ships from passing. And the United States cannot accept the conditions that Iran has been trying to impose, that the United States has to pay reparations and de facto remove itself from the area.
It's a difficult situation, as you do say. So, Mark, I mean, what's the solution here? We're just talking, and we know Donald Trump is currently engaged in diplomacy, seems to have a softer touch when it comes to military escalation at the moment. What's the answer for the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the answer would involve the United States making some major economic concessions that would be of high value to Iran. If the United States can't accept Iran gaining revenues from tolls, the United States can give Iran something else that it wants: a relaxation, a removal of sanctions on its oil sales, a unlifting of the freeze on its assets. These are things that were supposed to have been negotiated in that memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran that was not very tightly written, and that has since been unraveling. But I think that's the way. If Iran can be persuaded that it can get benefits of greater value than it can get by putting this toll booth on the strait, that's the answer. But can Iran's new leaders agree to do something that would benefit the United States by lifting the pressure on the American economy? And right now, they're saying no. They've taken this hard turn. So who can persuade Iran to be concessionary? Can Pakistan? Pakistan is trying its best to mediate, but I'm not sure how much leverage Pakistan has to bear. This new pact that Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey have agreed to, this could provide some leverage because Turkey and Pakistan both control certain land routes for Iran's export of its oil. So they could bring pressure to Iran that way, and maybe that could be part of the solution.
And just one final thought from you, if I can. President Donald Trump was whisked off a plane via a catering container before taking a secret flight to leave Turkey, according to reports. Does this suggest that the Iranian threat against the US president was considered generally credible?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes. I mean, for the U.S. president to have to hide in a bread trolley or wherever he was whisked off the plane, it's very ignoble. And we're learning about this now. It's just amazing that Iran's threat was so credible that they had to get the president off the plane. I'm thinking about this. What if Iran had actually launched a missile at that plane, and then everybody thought that Iran had hit the U.S. president, and then Trump emerges and he's unscathed because he was on a different plane? That would have demonstrated U.S. intelligence, a U.S. intelligence coup, that they learned about Iran's proposed attack and they got the president out and he was safe, and the United States would have come out of this looking good. But right now, I think it looks like Iran looking good, that they actually had a credible way of threatening the U.S. president.
Yes, Mark, absolutely extraordinary story, isn't it? That he was smuggled out in, like you say, a catering cart, and was fascinating reading. Mark, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Pleasure. A 7.4 magnitude earthquake that's rattled Western Colombia has now claimed the lives of 224 people and left hundreds injured. The government's declared a state of emergency. Meanwhile, the US announced that it is allocating an emergency aid package worth $1.5 million. Al Arabiya journalist Wandi Intengento has the latest.
An apocalypse that turned into what some describe as hell on earth is now the reality of hundreds of Colombians following a 7.4 magnitude earthquake that hit the western parts of the country on Monday. Emergency responders are still digging into the rubble in an attempt to find survivors or recover the bodies of those who died as a result of the quake.
Key facilities affected include Hospital Universitario del Valle, where part of a tower housing cardiology and pediatric services collapsed, and Clínica Nuestra, which was fully evacuated. Damage to water systems has also affected health facilities, creating additional operational challenges. Now, public health concerns that we have is really first to ensure continuity of essential health services, and that is a priority.
It is not an anomaly for earthquakes to occur in the country. The Colombian Geological Service recorded about 80 minor quakes per day and almost 2,500 per month. This is because it sits along several active seismic zones known as the Pacific Ring of Fire.
Our records show that this is the strongest earthquake that has been felt in the country in the last decade.
While earthquakes can sometimes trigger tsunamis, the U.S. Tsunami Warning System said on Monday that there was no warning or threat for a tsunami in Colombia. Even though tsunami has been ruled out, the Red Cross said access remains challenging due to airport closures and road disruptions. Wandi Swandengendo, Al Arabiya English.
Now, for many, the Hadid family are associated with fashion, but their story reaches far beyond the runway. They're also some of the most recognizable names in business and design. For the first time, we were granted exclusive access to the Hadid's family estate in Rhodes in Greece. Al Arabiya English's Katerina Tiliakou sat down with the designer and architect Mohammed Hadid, his daughter, designer and businesswoman Marielle Hadid, and his brother, entrepreneur Mahmoud Hadid. Here's some of what you can expect from that exclusive interview we'll be running in full tomorrow.
It's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country. I was born in Damascus, Syria, at 10 to America, being labeled a refugee, totally against the genocide. And I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it.
We are Palestinians that feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture.
This is my grandmother's ring, my teta, a small coin from Palestine. Family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Now, Ukraine's armed forces say they have struck an oil refinery in the Russian city Orsk. It's the latest in a series of long-range strikes carried out by Kyiv. It comes as President Zelensky has said Russia used North Korean missiles and deadly attacks that killed at least 6 people overnight. For more on this, I'm joined by Senior Editor of Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight, John Kavelich. John, as always, great to have you on the show. John, we are seeing deadly Russian missile and drone attacks on Ukraine almost every single day. Is Moscow simply intensifying its campaign of or is it exploiting Ukraine's air defense shortages?
Well, it's both. It's an opportunity that President Putin and his generals are not going to pass up, because they have a weakened opponent from their perspective, and they also have a distracted world community. And you add both of those together, and it means that they can inflict more damage in Ukraine, impact the population, and hopefully weaken the population's resolve as the U.S. does begin to re-engage with the process to try to end the fighting.
And Zelensky says Russia used North Korean missiles in the latest deadly attacks. Does this show that Moscow is becoming increasingly dependent, do you think, on Pyongyang to sustain its war effort? Does it suggest they're running low on munitions?
I think it does, but I'm in the camp that I don't make too much of it, because it really doesn't matter where Russia's getting its missiles and its rockets and its drones from. Drones from Iran, missiles and rockets and troops from North Korea, the inputs for its military industrial complex coming through basically Chinese companies, because the focus needs to be on the reality, which is they're still attacking Ukraine, and we're now into the 5th year, and they're able to do it. And in some respects, they're increasing their ability to inflict a lot of pain throughout Ukraine. And because primarily of the Israel-US-Iran war, a lot of what would have been available to Ukraine to protect itself isn't available. One, because the products themselves are being used. And then secondly, because, as we've talked about before, President Zelensky has spent 5 years saying to all the NATO members and all the EU members that Russia's going to be coming after them, win or lose. And so they need to hold back part of their inventories. And then finally, with that, you have the US government, which, since it can't deliver the products that people have ordered, now it's out there with reports that Russia may do a false flag. They may look to do something to inflame a NATO ally. Well, why is that coming out now? Basically because it helps gin up the U.S. domestic response and members of Congress to say, hey, we're going to need to spend more on the military, which is what President Trump wants to anyway. So sort of everybody's getting something out of this pie.
And 6 people died in last night's attacks, and also reports suggest a children's hospital was also hit and targeted in Kyiv. Does this suggest that these Russian attacks don't have any strategy at all, or is there a military purpose behind them? Because when we look at them and we read these attacks daily, John, it seems to be on civilian infrastructure. So what is the strategy, the military strategy? Is there one?
There is, and the civilians are a big part of it. This isn't anything new. 5 years ago, when the Russians first attacked, I was in the city of Kharkiv where it first got hit, and the Russians weren't aiming at military targets. They were aiming at train stations, roads, and schools, and hospitals, and they were aiming at wherever there was anyone, civilian or otherwise, who they could basically scare. And so this is just a continuation of the Russian military strategy, supported by the Russian government, meaning civilians making the decisions. And it's not going to it's not going to let up, because it's the most effective tool that Russia has to target civilians, with the goal of those civilians petitioning President Zelensky and his government to make a deal, to stop this. And thus far, Ukraine's been resilient in terms of accepting these deaths. And President Zelensky, at some point, he's got a number in his head where, if this many civilians die, we've got to call it. We've got to make a deal. And President Putin has one too, but President Putin's number hasn't nearly been met. And the challenge for Ukraine, even though they're fighting back, and they're fighting back creatively, effectively, they're impacting the Russian people. But the next stage of that is having the Russian people care about being impacted And then the final is those impacted people being able to do anything about it, meaning influencing the Russian government. And thus far, we're not seeing that.
And Ukraine, as you did say, responding with its own deep strikes inside of Russia, including attacks on oil and industrial infrastructure. How much do you think this is actually affecting Russia's war effort?
Well, it's affecting the economy. So it's affecting exports. It's affecting imports as well. It is impacting Russian civilian populations in the areas. I mean, Russia is a vast country, and most of the population centers are, toward the west. So Ukraine is targeting these areas, whether it's civilian infrastructure, whether it's oil and natural gas, railroads, where people vacation. And it's a brilliant strategy. And it demonstrates that they are no longer reliant on imported drones and missiles and rockets, that they've now taken the technology, they've redeveloped it, and they've made their homegrown versions where there are no restrictions on what they can do with them. And they're demonstrating to the Russian government and to the Russian military that they can do some things, they can inflict some damage that no one expected they'd be able to do. But then you still get that question, which is, when Ukraine kills civilians in Russia, and they're not aiming at them, but when they get killed, Russia's response is not symmetrical. So Ukraine killed 6 Russians. Russia's going to say, okay, we're going to kill 6. No, Russia's going to say, we're going to kill 30. And we're going to devastate energy infrastructure. So for Ukraine, the challenge now is, okay, Russia now knows you can fight back, and you can fight back on your own. You still need the support of NATO. You still need the support of the EU in terms of money, but you can create missiles and rockets and drones that are going to really inconvenience us. But President Putin doesn't have or maybe he does have that elasticity where he can do a lot more, and the Russian people don't have an outlet to petition him to stop doing what he's doing. And that's the challenge for Ukraine. Ukraine has to deliver an awful lot more of its destructive power into Russia than Russia has to deliver into Ukraine for the Kremlin to change its behavior versus Kiev changing its behavior.
And John, I don't know if you are just able to actually reflect on some breaking news that we have been getting at the moment in the last sort of 15 minutes while we've been on air. Robert Gilman, he is a former U.S. Marine. He will land in D.C. tonight. He is a U.S. citizen. He's been released from a Russian jail. President Donald Trump said that his release was due to a chat that Trump had with Vladimir Putin. So Robert Gilman has been in jail since 2022 in Russia, but now due to land in D.C.
Yes, he was a teacher, subject of a lot of attention. He's been in the hospital. In the reporting was near and almost an induced coma. He was moved to a psychiatric hospital. His advocates have been ringing every bell they possibly can. And yesterday, they were hopeful that the Trump administration could do something. The Trump administration had not yet labeled him as an unlawfully detained person, which is a legal category. And there was some speculation. The reason the president didn't want to do that was because then it would make this man more valuable. And so the fact that they were able to get him out before Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are going to be heading to Moscow. They're also going to be heading to Kiev. So it's a really smart move for President Putin, because you don't want an American dying. And then, so you're not shipping him back on a plane, you're shipping a body bag back. That's just not a good look. And so It's very sad because my understanding he's in medical distress. Great day for his family, but a smart move for President Putin and for President Zelensky. That this is one of those moments. It's a short moment. It's a media moment, but it's one where, yes, people will say the Russians should have never detained the man in the first place, but people tend to forget that part. They're just going to remember he's now going home.
John Cavalic, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you to you for reacting to that breaking news for us.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. A Syrian court has sentenced a former president, Bashar al-Assad, to death after a trial in absentia. A Houthi missile attack kills 4 cargo ship crew members in the Bab al-Mandeb Strait as Yemen's armed forces target several of the militia's positions. Iran's foreign minister meets with Pakistan's interior minister in Tehran. And Zelensky accuses Russia of using North Korean missiles in deadly overnight attacks. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Washington says they're on, Tehran says they're off. We begin another week of talk but no action on an Iran peace deal. President Donald Trump says he called off massive strikes yet again because an agreement was close. But without evidence of progress, has US military pressure reached its limit? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with Al Arabiya English. That Counterpoints debate is coming soon.
Now, the Esports World Cup is now well underway in Paris in what is its first edition to be held outside of Saudi Arabia. Well, running until the 23rd of August, this 7-week-long event brings together more than 2,000 players, 200 clubs and competitors from more than 100 different countries. And they're all going to be battling it out for the record prize pool of more than $75 million US. So how has the move from Riyadh to Paris gone so far? What has it taken to deliver an event on this scale? And what are the World Cup's longer-term global ambitions? Well, to answer that question and more, we're joined by Mike McCabe, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Esports Foundation. He's in Paris. Mike, great to have you with us. Just tell us, how's it going?
It's going wonderfully well at the moment. We're well on our way to closing out the second week of the competition. And it's been an amazing 2 weeks so far, and we've got another great 5 weeks to come.
Okay. I mean, what's the profile of the people that are there? I mean, I teased it in the introduction. I mean, it seems like people have come from right across the globe.
Yes, here in Paris, there's a huge heritage of esports in France, and especially here in Paris. We have 3 of the biggest French clubs based right here. And so they bring incredible fandom. But in addition to that, we've got fans from all over the world. We have super fans representing clubs from Brazil and China. And of course, we have a huge number of Saudi fans who've made it here to support on Falcons and Twisted Minds.
And I believe this is the very first edition of the Esports World Cup to be held outside of the kingdom. I mean, it's amazing because it sounds to me like it's got all the makings of a very successful Saudi-grown export. I mean, can you take it to other countries as well in the future, do you think?
Absolutely. The intention of the EWC was always that it was going to be a global esports event and a global esports IP developed in Riyadh, but ultimately with a global audience. So naturally, it makes sense for it to rotate to other parts of the world. This was an accelerated version of that based on the disruptions that we'd experienced across the Middle East from a travel perspective over the course of the last few months. But with very little notice, we've been able to really deliver a world-class event here.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have much time to sort of turn this event around and transport the whole event from Saudi to France. I mean, what were the logistics like?
It was challenging. We had 8 weeks really from the decision to the opening ceremony. So it's unprecedented in global sport to be able to move an event of this magnitude. But it's really just a testament, not just to the incredible agility of the teams that we work with, but the support that we had from the government in the kingdom, but also the government and the support here from the French side as well, in really helping build those pathways and accelerate the operation and the move that we had here. There were some key areas that were particularly a focus for us, like visas for players. You mentioned over 2,500 players from 100 different countries, and being able to manage the visa logistics across all of those players from 7 weeks was definitely a challenge. Never mind the fact that we have to secure thousands of hotel rooms in a very busy Paris in the middle of summer, which is their peak tourist season as well. So lots of headaches, but it's all come together, and we're enjoying an incredible festival of gaming at the moment.
Goodness me, sounds like the sort of thing that would give quite a lot of people a few sleepless nights organising all of that. Tell us about the viewership. What's it like, and how does it compare to previous years?
So still very early days from a viewership perspective, but the early indications are really, really strong. We see a lot of our viewership really coming from the broad worldwide markets, but really strong performance so far out of Asia, but also here within Europe and of course in the Middle East as well. So early indicators are really, really strong, and it's really one of our goals. Each year we try to expand a little bit further into the mainstream gaming audience, and the investments that we're making in properties like a docuseries Level Up that's on Prime, and other investments that we're making there are helping us reach a new audience and really introduce them to this wonderful world of esports.
What are the games, the top games that are attracting the most interest from the clubs, from the viewers, and what are the games that are on the horizon that you're personally most excited about?
So we're in the midst of the second week at the moment, which League of Legends is the banner IP for this second week, and so it really brings an incredibly passionate audience, and you may be able to hear it through the glass of my office here. The teams here are having an amazing afternoon. So we've got those games that have been established for a number of years now. There's a lot of emerging games as well, which we're always watching, and we have a balance within the tournament where we have games which are played on PC or console, but we also have mobile games as well that are much more accessible and have much more resonance in growth markets like Latin America or Southeast Asia. So we really want to be truly representative across global gaming markets.
I mean, computer games have moved on immeasurably from when I was a child, and the graphics were pretty basic, I think it's fair to say. They were in colour, I'll add. But I mean, nowadays there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. How are you seeing those sorts of things sort of change the dynamics of gaming?
So there's been VR and AR, definitely explorations in those areas. What they haven't achieved yet is scale. And so scale brings accessibility, and so they're on the horizon, but not necessarily in the mainstream yet. What you see is technologies like AR that are being used in broadcast increasingly to create a more engaging experience for a broadcast viewer, rather than necessarily on the field of play at the moment.
Okay, and what about AI? I mean, people probably ask you this all the time, but does AI have much of an impact on gaming?
It does. It's had a huge impact, and a lot of positive options it's given us, from whether it be from a content creation standpoint, code creation, the ability to create dynamic virtual worlds in a much faster way is incredible. It's helped improve the pace of development. But even for us running an event here, it gives us a huge amount of opportunity to create stats on the fly of what's just happened in a match, or to clip content and be more intelligent in the way that we're capturing content, and to be able to distribute that much more broadly. So it's really unleashed a whole host of opportunities for us not just from a game creation, but in a tournament operation and from a content creation standpoint as well.
Okay, you've listed the good points. What are the cons?
From our perspective, we're not seeing cons. From an AI perspective, it gives us opportunities to do things more quickly. So from our perspective, it's not there are not negatives in our realm. Okay.
Obviously, sponsorship, partnerships, advertising, big part of what you're doing. Any shifts you've seen this time around with regards to the sort of level of participation from those partners?
So obviously our late move from operating in Saudi to here in Paris opened up some new opportunities for us with different partners and different sponsors. What we've seen over the course of the last 6 months is actually an openness from traditional blue chip brands who really focused on traditional sports and now are actually seeing esports as a great way, a great pathway to access a younger generation. So we've seen new sponsors like Allianz, an Olympic partner, actually opening up and investing in EWC. We've got other global brands like Sony, Lenovo, Hilton, who have traditionally focused their efforts in the traditional, or what had been perceived as a traditional world of sport, and now seeing esports as an important part of their sponsorship portfolio. So we've had a really strong year, and we obviously have great support from our sponsors, but we've also seen really strong movement when it comes to ticketing for this event, as well as incredible merchandise and all of the other ancillary elements of revenue that we see from major global events like EWC.
Clearly, Saudi Arabia really prominent on the map when it comes to esports and gaming. How do you see that evolving?
I think it's a testament to the average age of the population. We have a very young population in the kingdom, and there's a high propensity to play games and to enjoy the content that we're working with. So I think we've got a really, really strong foundation through events like ours, which are homegrown but global events. And then we also have a whole host of other investments that the kingdom's made as part of their national gaming and esports strategy, whether it be in relation of development or other pillars of the gaming ecosystem. So I think from that really strong foundation, we'll continue to grow. We'll build a broader talent base in the kingdom that's associated with all the facets of gaming.
Okay, and just to wrap up this conversation, I mean, we've already established that esports, the Esports World Cup, can successfully become a sort of international traveling event. Tell us about where you think future World Cups are going to be held.
Not sure about future World Cups, but in addition to the Esports World Cup, we have the Esports Nations Cup. Our inaugural event will be in November this year. And that's an event that we've already committed will rotate out of Saudi Arabia as soon as 2028. So we will have, ideally, ENC and EWC as global properties that will be moving around the world to a variety of host cities.
Okay, and of course, the whole point of having this event at this time of year was because it was supposed to give people something to look forward to during the very hot summer months. I'm assuming it's pretty hot where you are.
Yes, we brought a little bit of I would say, Jeddah weather over here at the moment. We've got a bit of humidity to go with the heat. So, yes, it's a little bit home from home, but it's exciting. Everybody's really getting into it. And so we're excited to continue the next few weeks, but we're also excited to bring the event home as well, back to its home city of Riyadh.
Well, it sounds like everyone there in Paris is very much in the spirit of it, and someone's brought the weather with them. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Mike McCabe, Chief Operations Officer at the Esports Foundation. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So, Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt, and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defence, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was something, a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%. Unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
Yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there is the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, Liam, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because the fact that Russia can continue, it's kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning, that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it, let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation being played, or tapped, as he put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader, and his behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So yeah, I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. And the Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today. But impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So yes, we have to hope for it. And we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think it's probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. And the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance. And they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for. Well,
it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. I mean, it's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. I mean, you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict.
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin, his imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe it needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your International Trade Secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this?
Well, China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we de-globalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost the perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco. And we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity? For example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America, why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom, in the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world. Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island, dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. you're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Washington says they're on, Tehran says they're off. We begin another week of talk but no action on an Iran peace deal. President Donald Trump says he called off massive strikes yet again because an agreement was close. But without evidence of progress, has US military pressure reached its limits? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. For President Trump, the outcome of the Iran war is simple.
We just want to win. We just want to win. We're doing very well. It doesn't mean they don't have any capability. They have some, but very little. We just want to win.
But how will it actually achieve that? Despite warnings to the contrary from his top military advisor, the president still seems convinced the US can bomb its way to victory.
We had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II, and it would have been disastrous for them, and they didn't want us to do it.
But once again, President Trump has backed out at the last minute. He said Gulf allies convinced him not to act. And he said negotiations were set to resume with a deal on the horizon. That is news to the Iranians.
We currently do not have negotiations with America. The negotiations are with Oman and are focused on reaching an understanding over a path to ensure the security of shipping passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
Analysts say Iran believes it now holds the cards and has the US on the back foot. So in this episode, we'll ask, is Iran winning the war? What, if anything, has US military force achieved so far? And will this conflict define President Trump's legacy? Joining this Counterpoints panel is Tobias Ellwood, a former British Middle East minister and former Conservative Party MP. Goldie Gamari is joining us, political analyst, human rights activist and host of The Goldie Show on YouTube. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Vijay Prashad, a historian who is also the Executive Director of Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. To all of you, thanks for being here on this debate. Well, President Trump has called off planned strikes on Iran, an operation he claimed would have been the biggest since World War II. He did so, he said, to allow room for more negotiations. If it feels a lot like deja vu, it's because we have been here before. Strikes from both sides, threats of massive force, followed by a last-minute reprieve to allow for diplomacy. Iran denies it's interested in talks with the US, perhaps an indication it thinks it holds the cards. Goldie, the Trump administration coined that term peace through strength. Was it a mistake to cancel this military operation?
You know, I have a feeling that there's more going on behind the scenes than what meets the eye. I mean, obviously, for the Iranian people, they want President Trump to finish the job. You know, when it comes to the Islamic regime occupying Iran, if their lips are moving, they are lying. So I don't know if this was a mistake, but what I can say is that the optics of it, it doesn't really look that good, but I'm sure there's a reason for why the Trump administration is doing what they're doing. Keep in mind, President Trump just met with Prime Minister Netanyahu a few days ago. And if you recall, the last time that Prime Minister Netanyahu met with President Trump, that was in mid-February. And then 2 weeks later, Khamenei, the supreme dictator of the Islamic regime, was dead. So I have a feeling that there's way more going on than meets the eye.
Okay. VJ, was this a mistake to call off this strategy? Or do you think it's an indication that maybe the US has realised that it may not hold the upper hand?
I mean, I think it's important to indicate that this has been a war of aggression. You know, a war of aggression is a war crime. If you are a UN member state and you violate the UN Charter, you attack another country without a UN Security Council resolution, that's a war against peace. And Mr. Trump is, in that sense, guilty of a war crime. Now, whether he decides to stop firing the guns now or later doesn't change the fact that he began an illegal war. I think the United States has also come to recognize that, you know, maybe it's a little late in the game, I should say, after its withdrawal from Afghanistan, the withdrawal from Iraq, inability to control the situation in Libya. It's pretty difficult to actually, you know, do something that sounds easy, overthrow a government by bombardment. But this is a government of 100 million people. And whatever Goldie says, I don't think it's that clear that it's 100 million people against a handful of people in Tehran who are holding the cards. I think it's a pretty, strange statement if you believe that the entirety of the Iranian people are against this government. Doesn't seem like that now. They are a patriotic people with 3,000-4,000 years of civilization. I don't think they tolerate a foreign expedition on their soil. And I think they've basically rallied around whatever they have to rally around to defend themselves. United States is finding that this is a strategic setback, and they are trying to find a way out. Mr. Trump is a master of bluster on the way out of the room, and I think that's what we're hearing from him.
You know, I have to interject here because since you're directing me, you're attacking me directly. Let me make one thing very clear.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just pointing out something.
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking because I let you.
This show is about interruptions.
Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me.
Okay, Goldie, go ahead.
I didn't interrupt you. Thank you. So, first of all, the aggressor is the Islamic regime that occupied Iran back in 1979. You're not Iranian, you don't speak Persian, you don't watch Iranian news, so you actually have no idea what's going on. I checked your background, you're a communist, okay? You're literally, you promote the fact that you're a communist. And communists are one of the reasons that Iran turned into the Islamic hellhole that it is today. And by the way, when you speak about the 3,000, 4,000 year civilization, that's pre-Islamic. So right now, the Iranian people are fighting the Islamic regime, which is the invading, occupying force. Because prior to 1979, Iran had freedom of religion. Iran was a constitutional monarchy. So yes, the Iranian people are in fact rallying around His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, who is going to free Iran. And you're speaking about this so-called war of aggression. Well, what happened when the United States was attacked by the Islamic regime for the last 47 years? What about the hostage crisis situation
when was
in
the
1979?
United States attacked
And by the way,
regime?
how come you're not speaking out about the fact that on January 8 and 9, the Islamic regime mass murdered over 54,000 innocent unarmed Iranians? So what's happening right now, it's a humanitarian intervention. The Iranian people wanted this. They are grateful to President Trump and they are grateful to Israel. Yes, they are.
Really?
Okay, Tobias, I'm going to come to you in just a moment.
Just a second.
VJ?
It's very difficult to have a conversation which is entirely fact-free. So I just want to put that on the table.
All right. I'm going to come to Tobias in a moment, but VJ, respond to that point that this is a humanitarian intervention. What do you say to that?
How is this a humanitarian intervention? I mean, let's take this statement that she has made seriously, which I generally wouldn't. There are hundreds of millions of people. There are hundreds of millions of people in the world who are in much more difficult situations right now. For instance, there is an atrocious war going on in Sudan. If you're talking about humanitarian interventions, there are very many places that the United States, if it so desires, if it still believes
that... the people of Sudan didn't put graffiti on the wall saying President Trump, please help.
All right. Okay, Goldie, just let VJ make his point because I want to bring it over to Tobias in just a moment.
I mean, this is a ridiculous lineup that you have, Melinda, because she's already called me a communist. This lady has an Israeli flag behind her.
Yeah, I do, because I support Israel.
Okay.
I proudly support Israel. Yes. Why? Do you not like Israel?
Okay. We're not going to get into an Israel discussion because we're going to
genocide against the Palestinians.
We're going to keep on Iran. So, Tobias, let me hand it over to you. Is this humanitarian intervention, or is this the US leaving the door open for diplomacy, or has the US realised its military strategy has failed?
Well, good evening. Yeah, I mean, so many points to unpick here. Let's get us back to the reality here, which is the fact that you have a United States that has been plagued by Iran since 1979. And we can have our arguments, our difference of views as to why that happened. There was an uprising in Iran because of the way the country was run. But there's no doubt about it that successive American presidents have had to deal with a very difficult Iran and I would say, have not done enough to challenge Iran's proxy influence, its pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and its treatment of its own people. But that doesn't then give license for Donald Trump to do whatever he likes. And he's been poorly advised. In fact, I know many of my friends that used to work in the State Department are no longer working there, who would have advised him against this military operation unless there was a clear political strategy to follow. If you simply believe that you can use superior military might to crush political thought, you're always going to lose, because the only thing you have to follow is more military force. And that clearly has left the situation where we are today, that the regime is still in place. The regime is still intact. In fact, is a more hard-line control because the RGC is now in control. The Iranian people can rightly feel that they've been left behind, that they're not being looked after their interests, despite that bar being raised to say, come out against your own regime. This is what Donald Trump was saying. And, of course, the Straits of Hormuz is in a worse place than it was prior to February this year. What does Donald Trump do? Well, I think he believed probably that he could repeat what he did in Venezuela, to have a quick Iranian solution, do something, as I say, which perhaps other American presidents wish that they could have advanced as well. But it's not worked well. He's alienated many of the Gulf friends, and particularly Saudi Arabia is now saying, listen, this cannot go on. What is your strategy? What does victory look like? And then, of course, other allies across the West saying, I don't see where this actually leads. Where do you actually want to take this? So, yes, he's called off this latest promise to attack and annihilate. But actually, the point has actually been made. When any military force, any state hits another country, no matter how unpopular the regime is in that country, often it does rally people around them because they don't like an outside entity coming in to that country telling them what to do. And I wish Donald Trump would listen to some international voices that have much more experience about what to do, where to take Iran, how to prevent Iran pursuing a nuclear weapon, to allow greater advancement in the freedoms of the people of Iran. But ultimately, we've got a Middle East that is in a worse place, is more dangerous, and the prospect of escalation is much, much higher than prior to February 2026.
Goldie, do you think the US military strategy has failed? And has it actually made Iran stronger because they're rallying against the US?
Well, first of all, when you look at World War II, the Allies, and, Tobias, you should know this, given that you're a former conservative politician. I myself, I'm also a former conservative politician in Canada, by the way. World War II was not won through diplomacy. World War II was won by bombing the Nazis and sending them back to where they belong, which is, 6 feet under. So just keep that in mind. And, when it comes to the Islamic regime has never been weaker. Okay, so this is really important to keep in mind. Now, I'm the only Iranian person on this panel who's actually been following and monitoring Islamic regime state TV. I look at their statements. During Khamenei's funeral, some of the, supporters of one faction, they were chasing down Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, because he's trying to engage in, negotiations, and they were calling for his head. So first of all, this whole narrative about the Islamic regime being stronger, it's absolutely ridiculous. Where's the current supreme dictator? Why hasn't anyone seen him? Do we even know if he's alive or dead? Right? So that's the first thing. And then second of all, this whole garbage narrative about people rallying around the flag, again, it's utter nonsense. The Islamic regime has literally brought in their terrorist proxy forces from Iraq, from Afghanistan, from Syria, from, Lebanon, southern Lebanon, Hezbollah. They brought in like the Hamas terrorists, right? All these non-Iranians they have brought in, their terrorist groups in Pakistan, they've brought in, and these terrorist groups are driving around the streets with machine guns loaded on the back of pickup trucks to keep the Iranian people from rising up. So this is an Islamic regime that is illegitimate. It is in control through power and through the fact that when Iranians rise up, they are executed. Just 2 days ago, a 20-year-old Iranian man, his name was Arvin, he was hanged by the Islamic regime for the crime of muharebe. Muharebe is basically waging war against Allah. So the Islamic regime is speeding up executions, and the Iranian people are saying that the only way to get rid of this Islamic regime is to overthrow them once and for all. They can't do that right now because they are not armed. When the Iranian people tried peaceful uprising back on January 8th, over 54,000 were slaughtered.
Okay.
Can I come back on that? Can I just come back on that? Firstly, I mean, it's disingenuous to compare it with World War II, because there the Nazis, in fact the Axis, tried to territorially push other countries aside, and then it took a coalition to territorially move into that space and then create a new regime, a peaceful regime that would meet.
So you want to? So you think you?
Let me finish my point.
You should engage in diplomacy.
You didn't want.
But no. But do you think?
Just a moment, Goldie. We'll let Tobias finish his point, and then we can come to you with a response.
Yeah. You made it clear that you didn't want to be interrupted, so please have the courtesy to allow me to finish my point, okay?
That's fair.
So, Second World War, we quite rightly stood up and forced unconditional surrender, took over the country completely, and placed a new peaceful regime that would adapt to international laws. Now, what you're seeing in Iran at the moment, and you just touched on it, you don't want the regime to be there, but I think we can all agree with that. But the strategy that Donald Trump is pursuing at the moment is purely to bomb the country from the air, as if somehow that's going to have a result that's going to lead to regime change. In fact, it's weakened militarily, it's weakened economically, but ultimately it's strengthened its ability to control its own people by the very reasons you've outlined, by brute force. Not only that, it's controlling the Straits of Hormuz in one way or another. It's certainly preventing shipping from moving up and down. And the consequences of that economically is enormous right across the world. So it begs the question, what is Donald Trump's strategy? And I still scratch my head to say exactly what it is, because it's not clear where he wants to take this. He certainly doesn't want to put troops on the ground, as we saw in the Second World War, and he certainly has no plan for a regime change. So I ask the question, where does this go? What does Donald Trump do? Because at the moment, his answer is simply to pursue more military might. And as I say, that doesn't lead anywhere.
Goldie, as I said, I'll give you right of reply and then we'll come to you, Vijay.
Thank you. So first of all, President Trump has made it very clear that it's not America's responsibility for regime change. And I agree with that, because ultimately it's the Iranian people's responsibility to change the regime. We are working on reversing the mistake that Jimmy Carter and the Democrats made back in 1979 when they supported a brutal Ayatollah and, thought that he would actually create some sort of religious belt to keep out communism, because back at, at that time, Iran shared a border with the Soviets. So, it's important to know your history, Tobias, in that sense. And then when it comes to what's currently happening, Iranian people, we are grateful that President Trump is bombing those institutions of suppression, because, again, if the Iranian people, the only chance that we have to rise up and overthrow the Islamic regime is to make sure that the Islamic regime is weakened. So anyone who says, President Trump is engaging in regime change, absolutely incorrect. That's not what President Trump is doing. He's never said that he's there for regime change.
He has said it.
On February 28th, when he made his initial speech, he had a message directly to the Iranian people. And he said, Iranian people, your time will come. When the United States is done, that will be your opportunity to reclaim your country. President Trump is not done. The Islamic regime is currently being more and more weakened every single day. We're hearing news of, people inside of Iran who are fighting back. And the Islamic regime, they have been murdering us for the last 47 years, okay? They've been murdering us for the last 47 years. Again, on January 8th and 9th.
But if I can bring you back to the question, Goldie, where does President Trump take this? If we can just circle back to that one point. Where does President Trump take this now? Does he escalate?
If I was advising President Trump, I would say 100% escalate. But, everyone who says, oh, we don't know what his military strategy is, obviously no one knows, because he's going to keep his cards close to, he's going to keep his hand hidden from everyone, because why would he give away the military strategy before it actually happens? Remember, on February 27, when reporters asked President Trump, are you planning on engaging in strikes? And then President Trump said, you know what, we're going to think about it and we're going to continue talks over the weekend. 12 hours later, Khamenei was dead. So people who are saying that we don't know what the military strategy is, yeah, there's a reason for that. It's called operational security.
No, it's daft. I mean, that's absolutely, you're talking out of your hat. You really are. I make it really clear that you do share your strategy with your allies.
There you go. Personal attacks. So just because you don't like what,
I was trying to finish my sentence.
I'm talking out of my hat?
Yes, you are, because
why are you personally attacking? Well, you said that Iranians are rallying around the flag.
Just a moment.
I'm really not sure what show I'm on, to be honest with you.
I'm
very confused because I've been a journalist for over 35 years. I reported from Iraq. I reported from Afghanistan. I've never been in such a comical. I've never been in such a comical space.
Why do you find it comical, Vijay?
Let me just say, firstly, I hope to God I never ever call for more bombing against any people, because I've been in war zones and I've seen what bombing is like, and it's ruthless and gruesome. And I hope to God I never get to the point where I say that a war should be escalated.
Thank God you're not Iranian. Thank God you're not Iranian.
But also, Vijay,
can I please make a point?
Please go ahead, Vijay.
Not legitimate, because this comedy show, has had me sitting and watching it for a little while.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is that aerial bombardment of the kind that the United States is deploying against Iran is what was deployed against Iraq to destroy entire cities. I reported from Fallujah and Ramadi, watched the city get basically worn down. But that did not allow the United States to have authority over the Iraqis. They were able to destroy bridges. They were able to destroy infrastructure of different kinds, but they couldn't command the ground. And there's a reason for that. The United States has not a military force or a political force capable of commanding the ground. The same thing in Afghanistan. Despite the fact that, what people thought of the Taliban, the United States could command the skies, it could destroy infrastructure, but it found no way, despite 20 years of trying, to command the ground. So in Iran, I would say, just if we learn from Iraq and from Afghanistan, I would say that, you can use a nuclear bomb on Tehran. You can do all kinds of things from the air, all kinds of atrocities. But to command the ground is different. And despite, even if there are enormous numbers of people who don't like the situation in Iran today, that doesn't mean that they will be able to take advantage of anarchy to make their point heard or to organize themselves into a coherent force. What you saw happen in Egypt, for instance, in the chaos of Tahrir Square, which resulted first in the Muslim Brotherhood coming to power and then a military coup led by General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. What you saw there was a kind of textbook of what happens when you don't think these things through. You can have hopes and feelings and you can have desire for a certain kind of outcome, but there is no strategic possibility, given the nature of US power today, to bring you to that conclusion. And I very much want to make that point for this reason, that this is not about politics. I'm trying to put forward a point about strategy, not politics.
Can I just add to that, if I may? When you are a soldier, I spent half my life as a soldier. I still am a soldier, actually, but then into politics. And as a soldier, you want to know why you're fighting. You want to know why military might is being used, why you're stepping into harm's way. That's the reason why it's important that your commander-in-chief, your political leader, explains what the actual objectives, the long-term objective is, what victory actually looks like. It's also important because you keep your allies close to you as well. And from a British perspective, we don't have a closer ally than the United States. But our relationship with this particular regime, with Donald Trump, is being tested because we don't know where he wants to go. And that makes it very, very difficult to support him. It used to be, going back to the Second World War, where we would be able to share ideas and concerns. We've got this challenge, we've got this issue. They would suggest one option, we would suggest something else. We would actually be able to come out with a coherent strategy to actually deal with a change on the ground. And at the moment, there's been little change on the ground. You keep mentioning the death of the Ayatollah. That's actually neither here or there. If the regime is now more robust, more authoritarian, because the IRGC has come into play. And we've failed to understand I think the intelligence base from Iran, the fact that they have thousands upon thousands of drones, Shahad drones and so forth, long-range missiles, which wasn't factored in. And that's causing mayhem and will continue to cause mayhem across the Middle East. So by all means, use America's superior military might, the best in the world. But it needs to sit next to a coherent, well-thought-through strategy that leads to victory. And right now, as I say, it's not clear what that is.
All right, Goldie, your right of reply to that?
I mean, again, all I'm hearing is just utter nonsense from two people who aren't Iranian. They have no idea what's happening with respect to...
But whether or not they're Iranian or not, foreign policy plays a role here.
Sure. So let's talk about this, comment about how America and boots on the ground. Well, the Iranian people have made it very clear that they are the boots on the ground. In fact, the Iranian people fighting against the Islamic regime are the biggest allies. And so Iranians always said, we don't even need boots on the ground. What we need is to give the Iranian people a chance. And that's exactly what President Trump is doing by weakening the structures of oppression of the Islamic regime. And again, this whole thing of, we don't know what the strategy is. no one's supposed to know what the strategy is, because if we can figure out the strategy, then the Islamic regime can figure out the strategy as well. However, President Trump knows and understands that the Islamic regime has posed an existential threat to the United States since they came to power in 1979, chanting, death to America, calling America the great Satan. During the Iraq conflict, it was actually the Islamic regime through their proxies that were murdering thousands of American soldiers. And, when President Trump exterminated Qasem Soleimani back on January 2020, Iranians were happy and Iranians were grateful. And this whole nonsense about how the IRGC is now in charge, they've always been in charge. The IRGC was created back in 1979 by the Islamic regime to protect the revolution, to protect their jihad, and to basically protect the Islamic regime from the Iranian people and to prevent the Iranian people from rising up. So everything that's happening right now, this is basically what the Islamic regime has been doing. And shame on anyone who blames the United States for the fact that the Islamic regime has been engaging in war crimes and crimes against humanity against the Iranian people for the last 47 years. Because you know what? America was not involved when the Islamic regime murdered 22-year-old Mahsa Amini just because she was showing a strand of her hair. America was not involved when the Islamic regime shot 8-year-old Kian Pirfalak when he was sitting in the back seat of his father's car. Okay? The Islamic regime did all of this, and no one can blame America or Israel for this.
Okay, Vijay, I want to ask you, many proponents of strong military action, even within the Republican Party, argue that unless Iran is militarily defeated, they will pose a bigger danger to the region and the world than they did before the war. What do you make of that? Is that a sound assessment or is that warmongering?
Frankly, I think that there are some problems with an assessment like that, because on the one hand, and I know that my fellow panelists may not agree with me because we seem to have different realities. But, on the one hand, the Iranian government has said repeatedly that it's not interested in a nuclear weapon. Whether it is or isn't is not germane to what I'm saying now, which is that, in fact, this particular attempt, this military attempt by the United States might provoke further nuclear proliferation in the region. If you followed the recent 123 agreement that the United States and Saudi Arabia have made, this is an agreement that might lead to Saudi Arabia procuring a nuclear weapon. This is
they have said that that's not their intention. It's for civilian purposes.
Everybody seems to be saying that. That's absolutely correct, because that's exactly what the Iranians have also been saying, that it's not their intention. But I agree with you. That's what they've said. But the 123 agreement is a sign, potential sign of a further proliferation of nuclear weapons in the region. Israel has nuclear weapons. Other countries might now decide the best way to seek security is through a nuclear weapon. In fact, the Iranians might escalate to a nuclear weapon because they say that, look, you either look at Libya on the one side, gave up a weapon, everything was destroyed, and North Korea on the other. So this is a great danger, not only to West Asia, but all of Asia. If we're going to see nuclear proliferation in the region, this threatens the situation across Asia. So that's one thing I would say that I worry about, that this conflict might harden things and push these countries to go nuclear. Very dangerous. Secondly, Iran has not exhausted its escalation ladder. It still has a number of quite dangerous options, which I think the United States is not, factored in. For instance, Iranian forces, whether they are pro-Iranian or they are proxy forces or whatever, in Iraq and other regions, other parts of the region, haven't blown the whistle yet. They haven't started to act. The United States has to be aware that Iran is holding back. Its escalation has some potential to it. They can rise in the escalation ladder, whereas the United States has almost come to the very top. That's why I earlier said, not facetiously, that you might have to drop a nuclear bomb on Tehran. That's what worries me. What worries me with the whole shock and awe mentality, which begins, with the war on Iraq in 2003, is that the United States military has ceased to think about escalation. It goes hard. It goes very hard at the beginning. and then you're sort of stuck if it doesn't work. What do you do next? Do you keep going hard? Do you try to go harder? Harder is very dangerous. So they've run out of very many military options. What remains are political options. And when it comes to political options, it looks like, with the help of the Pakistanis, the Omanis, and others, that Iran might have the upper hand at this moment. So you have to divide this between the military options and the strategic political options. And when it comes to the military options, it looks like the United States is near the top of the escalation ladder. When it comes to the strategic political options, I think the US is being played by Iran, Pakistan, and Oman.
Goldie, do you think that this conflict is increasing the danger of a nuclear build-up, not just in the region, but globally? In saying that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, has the United States, in effect, made so many countries now consider the need for a nuclear option?
I think it's absolutely incorrect to blame the United States for anything. Keep in mind, Iran actually signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty back when the Shah was in power. And since the Islamic regime took over, they have spent over $2 trillion building at least 3 secret underground nuclear facilities. And as a former politician who worked on the energy file in Ontario briefly, what I can tell you is that, no government spends $2 trillion building underground nuclear facilities, under mountains because, they want to build a kebab stand or a botanical garden. So the Islamic regime has been trying to get to nuclear proliferation and create the nuclear bomb for several years. And, God bless Israel for what they did last year. And of course, God bless America as well for bombing and destroying those 3 nuclear facilities. However, now we've also heard about Pickaxe Mountain, another secret underground facility. So the Islamic regime has been engaging in this behavior for a very long time, because again, I monitor Islamic regime state TV, and what the imams and what the jihadis are saying is that it is their Allah-given right to build and develop nuclear bombs. And God forbid the Islamic regime ever obtain a nuclear bomb, because if you think right now the situation is bad, just imagine how much worse it's going to be when you have this jihadi death cult that yells death to America and death to Israel, sending nuclear bombs everywhere. And there's a reason that Saudi Arabia is now allying with the United States in bombing and destroying IRGC bases and facilities, because even Saudi Arabia recognizes the dangers. So I think we should all be grateful to America and Israel for pretty much stopping the Islamic regime in their tracks and preventing them from getting a nuclear bomb, because that's the trajectory that they were going down.
And just for clarity, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hasn't been actively involved in numerous operations. This was one joint operation that it conducted with the United States on proxies in Iraq. It hasn't been,
and the Houthis as well, but
it hasn't been targeting Iran itself, and has been warning other countries, including the United States, to decrease this escalation ladder. Tobias, this idea of an increased nuclear danger. President Trump has again reiterated Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. It says it had never intended to, but is it increasing the impetus to nuclearize their military, given the escalation ladder that we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot to unpick there. Firstly, what America did in pushing back Iran's nuclear ambitions was phenomenal. There's no doubt about it, bearing much of the capability in the mountains because of the bombing that took place. But it's done a lot more than that. We know that. And if there was a potential breakout period that was shortened, that Iran were able to procure even a low-yield nuclear weapon, I suspect Britain would be upfront working with America to make sure that never happened, using potential military force as well. But our own agencies say that we're a long way off from that. Certainly that's been pushed back even further, which takes us back to today as to what is the strategy. The Houthis have been mentioned, the Hamas and Hezbollah. Where is the separate but linked strategy to tackle what the Houthis are doing in Yemen? Where is the strategy to unpick and push back what Hezbollah, the political strategy, not the military one, what Hezbollah is doing in Lebanon? It was so sad to visit Lebanon over the last decade or so and see the demise of the the normal governance there, because the Hezbollah was able to provide even schooling, communities and so forth, members of parliament, because the absence of government or other political parties able to fill that space. That's where the international community, led by America possibly, should be working. That is the political strategy that would then limit what Iranians' involvement, its proxy, toxic influence across the Middle East. But in this bombing of Iran, week on, we don't hear of the detail to say this is what we'd like to do in Lebanon. This is what we'd like to do in Gaza. I mean, why hasn't Hamas been completely disarmed? Surely that was part of the 20-point plan, but they're kicking around. They're still there. They're still empowered. Things might have moved on the last few days, but ultimately you're then left with Iran's proxy influence continuing, despite the fact that the United States has hit Iran hard. And I point again to the fact that, yes, you do declare the strategy so everybody else can see where you actually want to go. That doesn't unveil the tactics, which I think is what Goldie is perhaps confusing with. The tactics you absolutely keep close to your chest. And I can say that again as a military person. You don't share what you're going to do, but you do share the end result, the end game as to what your objectives are, because that makes sure that people stay on your side. And I'm afraid America, apart from Israel, we have to say, many right across the world are questioning, where are you going with this, Donald Trump? Where does it take you?
Goldie, do you have a response to that? Or then I'm going to move us on to our next segment.
Well, I mean, President Trump has already said what his strategy is. He said that the Islamic regime can never have a nuclear weapon. The Islamic regime is still trying to build a nuclear weapon. And so President Trump has made it very clear. Either you agree that you will never have a nuclear weapon and you allow the United States to come in and take the enriched uranium, or we're going to destroy you. And it seems like
why does the war continue on? Why does the war continue on then? If it's
because the Islamic regime is insane and they won't surrender. That's why it's continuing. The Islamic regime won't surrender. The Islamic regime has said from the get-go that, if push comes to shove, they will rather do a scorched earth strategy, and they will use the Iranian people as human shields and hostages in order to guarantee and ensure their survival. This is why the Iranian people are grateful for President Trump and Israel doing what they're doing. And, they're saying just, finish the job, because when it comes to the Islamic regime, if their lips are moving, they are lying. They engage in taqiyya. It's what they've done for 47 years. And President Trump is calling out their nonsense.
So you're saying by that there has to be regime change in order for the United States to declare any form of victory. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that, for the United States I said for the United States to declare victory, they have to destroy the Islamic regime. Ultimately, regime change is
exactly
responsibility.
Right. So
regime change is don't interrupt me, because now you are confusing the two things. There's a difference between destroying your enemy. There's a difference between destroying your enemy, which is the IRGC, versus the Iranian people rising to overthrow the Islamic regime. Two separate things. So I would appreciate if you can understand that distinction between the IRGC and the Islamic regime. Do not try to trump an Iranian who has been speaking about this and raising awareness about this like literally my entire life. Okay, so I don't know.
I'm not trying to do that. I was just trying to see clarity.
I don't know who you think you are. Yeah, okay. So the clarity is there's a difference between the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, versus the Islamic regime, which are the Ayatollahs governing through Sharia law. Two different things.
I didn't realize Donald Trump wanted regime change, because he's not said that for a little while now. So thank you for clarifying. That's what Donald Trump is trying to do. So
I never said that. I said the Iranian people.
You did. You just said it.
No, I said President Trump's goal is to destroy the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. The Iranian people, ultimately, it's our responsibility to rise up and overthrow the Islamic regime. The IRGC is just one branch of the Islamic regime. The Islamic regime has many different branches. The IRGC is one aspect of the Islamic regime.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to US domestic implications for President Trump. He has said openly that he isn't particularly fazed by the upcoming midterm elections, but surely the blowback from what is an unpopular war must be of a concern to his fellow Republicans, because fuel prices have surged up more than 30% since the war began, and numerous consecutive opinion polls from a vast swathe of different polling companies all show that Americans are unhappy with the war. The very fact that the president continues to back down from his threats to escalate the conflict is a sign to many that he's looking for an off-ramp. VJ, has President Trump and his administration finally turned against the more hawkish neoconservatives within the party who want further conflict? Or is that wishful thinking?
Interestingly, it's the old line from Bill Clinton. It's the economy, stupid. And the reason I say that is 24 hours ago, Donald Trump scolded the oil executives, saying, bring the price of oil down. Very interesting to see a U.S. president effectively demand that a coterie of oil executives, by his command, can bring oil prices down. That was interesting. It is true that when there was the first sniff of a new ceasefire, oil prices did begin to dip downwards a little bit. But they are not reacting very well. They are not going to follow the command of Donald Trump, because there's a lot of anxiety about the question of the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot of anxiety, not just about Iran, but about escalation in Ukraine, about other oil markets being disrupted. There's a great deal of anxiety about that. And as a consequence, food and fuel price inflation up, are not only around the world, but also in the United States. And I will say it's interesting to watch people like Tucker Carlson, who recently gathered together a group of former MAGA, hardcore MAGAites, to open a front against Donald Trump. And one of the lines of that front is the question of Israel and the question of Iran. It's very interesting to see the biography, the recent biography of Tucker Carlson, who moved from being quite a loyal Trump man to really carving out a most idiosyncratic political space, which has included a departure from his previous alignment with Israel. Very interesting development. And I think Mr. Carlson, who, by the way, was a student at a college where I used to teach many years ago, Tucker Carlson, I think, has carved this space out because he recognizes that a section of the base of Mr. Trump is just not interested in any of this stuff because they are getting hit so hard at home, around the kitchen table and so on. That's why I started with Bill Clinton's line. It's the economy, stupid. You can have as many, large macro questions as you want. You can debate morality all you want. It's of no interest if you can't, balance the checkbook at the end of the month. And oil prices are just not going to come down. As I said, I'm sitting in London today and watching Andy Burnham's new government. Mr. Burnham is struggling with this as well. His talk about rethinking North Sea oil. By the way, not so easy to drill up there, not so easy to open those wells up. But still, just the suggestion of it has sparked the first sign of discontent with Mr. Burnham, a novel feeling in the Labour Party. But that kind of thing, where you're seeing the inflation lead the political debate in these countries rather than the consequences of a war far away. I think that's something people should not lose focus of. You've got to focus sometimes on the pocketbook.
Tobias, I see you shaking your head. Yeah.
I think the Tucker Carlson is a very interesting character. He's been very brave, having been such a supporter of Donald Trump, to now come out and speak his mind and say, listen, I don't agree where things are going. It shows you the sheer power that Donald Trump has managed to accumulate. I mean, we've had news here in the UK of Donald Trump's recent veterans golf tournament where apparently he won. And now reports are coming out about he cheated, he knocked the ball in with his hands and so forth. It shows how people are almost scared of Donald Trump in America to actually challenge him. But what you started off by saying is that the prices, oil prices, the gas prices in the fuel pumps and so forth, when the economy is now impacted, people are daring to say, where are we going with all this? Where is Trump taking America? Not just in a more isolationist route. There's an understandable populist, rally to say, let's look after America, America first. But when it comes with consequences, not just in falling out with allies, and Greenland is another great example of falling out with Denmark and Canada, but also with Britain too, and the tariffs and so forth. People are daring to question where Donald Trump is taking America. So the midterms themselves, I think, will be very telling indeed, and to see whether it checks his behavior or whether he will continue to dig in and say, actually, I've got an advance as to where I want to take America. I've got friends that actually applied to work on the Trump administration, and they're on the foreign policy side of things, working for American think tanks and so forth. And the first question they got asked when they went into the room is, do you believe that that election in 2020 was stolen? And if you don't answer, yes, it was stolen, the interview ends. That's, I'm afraid, where political thinking is in the Republican Party at the moment. And that's very, very dangerous indeed. And it means that you're then left with either apologists, absolutely, who are going to sycophantically support Donald Trump, or you get people on the opposite side of the aisle, rather than people who actually say, actually, I support a strong American president. He's dared to step forward and deal with Iran, but I question the strategy, and I would like him to do something differently.
Okay, Goldie, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to give us a rapid-fire round in just a moment, but just your brief response to that, Goldie. Do you think we are seeing Republicans question, as Tobias said, where President Trump is taking America, or do you think that they're rallying around his Iran strategy?
I see Republicans rallying around President Trump's America, strategy when it comes to the Islamic regime, and we're seeing that in the primaries. So, I mean, anyone who quotes Tucker Carlson immediately loses my respect. I mean, everyone knows where Tucker Carlson's loyalties lie. Just follow the money.
All right, before we wrap up, a very rapid-fire round to all of you. If I can get a brief response. VJ, to you first. Will this conflict define President Trump's legacy? Oh, we've lost you.
It's hard to say if this will define his legacy because he's so mercurial. We have no idea what he'll do in the remaining 2 years. So I think as of now, this is, of course, a very important part of what he's been up to. And I think if the United States, as I believe, is going to retreat from this war, it'll certainly be the defining feature of the presidency, unless he does something absolutely crazy in the next 2 years, which is very likely.
Let's wait and see. Goldie, will this conflict define his presidency?
Yes, I believe so, and I think it's going to define his presidency in a very positive way.
Tobias, round us out.
It will, but it isn't just that. It's wider foreign policy as well. He's now befriended President Putin. He's gone against the rest of Europe in trying to support Ukraine. And when you link all these things together, he's taken America, as I've alluded, as I mentioned, into a very, very different place. And I think that's the legacy, which means it won't click back to where it was before, but that's the legacy as to where he's taken America. America and Europe are no longer on the same page. Our adversaries are starting to rally together, Iran, China, and Russia, and our world is splintering. And it's very dangerous to have an American president not wishing or wanting to uphold the international rules-based order, the very order that America helped create back in 1945-46.
We will leave it there. It's been wonderful to have such a diverse range of opinions. Tobias Ellwood, former British Middle East Minister, thank you for being here. Goldie Ghamari, political analyst and host of The Goldie Show on YouTube, thanks so much for your contribution. And Vijay Prashad, historian and Executive Director of Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, thank you so much for your thoughts. It's great to have you all on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. more than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. A Syrian court has sentenced former President Bashar al-Assad to death after a trial in absentia. A Houthi missile attack kills 6 cargo ship crew members in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait as Yemen's armed forces target several of the militia's positions. Iran's foreign minister meets with his Pakistan interior minister in Tehran. And Zelensky accuses Russia of using North Korean missiles in deadly overnight attacks. Now, a Syrian court has sentenced former President Bashar al-Assad to death after a trial in absentia that's convicted him of war crimes and also crimes against humanity during the country's civil war. It's the first ruling under Syria's transitional leaders who ousted al-Assad in December 2024, who then fled to Moscow with his family after being overthrown. His younger brother, Maher al-Assad, who also lives in Russia, was sentenced to death in absentia for premeditated murder and torture, whilst their former security official and cousin, who was present in court, was sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. Michael Jabri Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and Alex Malouf, founder of the communications consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, join me tonight. Michael from Dubai and Alex in the studio with me. Michael, let's start with you, because obviously we got this news out today. Does al-Assad's death sentence bring justice, do you think, for the Syrians who suffered under decades of this rule? Or do you think this could deepen Syria's divisions?
I think it depends on how the public perceives the trial. If the trial is thought to be legitimate, then I think we will then, hopefully the Syrians will see it as worthwhile and also as incredibly important for the reconciliation. I think what we have to remember, when a country goes through a civil war, there has to be a period of forgiveness and then justice, punishment, and then reconciliation. That needs to be the process. But what is most important is if the public, I'm going to repeat myself, sees the trial as legitimate, then I think the country will be able to heal itself, and these trials will be seen as important, but they won't be seen as vindictive. Of course, this trial is incredibly important for the victims to be able to have an opportunity to be heard. Mm-hmm. But it can't be seen as though it's just an opportunity for one sect to enact revenge against another. And we have to remember that Syria has Sunnis and Shias and Alawites and Christians and Druze. So there is the great potential for plenty of division. But if this trial can focus on the process of trying to come to a just verdict in each and every instance, then I think that will go an awful long way towards Syrians recognizing this is a healthy process. It's helping us all go through something that's cathartic, and there will be justice for everybody who is actually needing it, but also for the people who need to stand trial. They will be not treated as just enemies, but they will have to go through a legal proceeding that hopefully, as I said, will be seen to be just and transparent and fair.
And Alex, the big question in this trial is we know Bashar al-Assad and his brother, of course, fled to Moscow, and they are there right now. And the big question is, OK, they have been sentenced to death, but they obviously not in court, and of course they're not in the country. So will Russia extradite the Assads back to Syria? And should Syria be focusing on that, or should they be focusing on actually trying to prosecute officials that are in the country and that they can possibly get back? What's the fine line here?
I think there's very little chance of the al-Assads coming back, being extradited from Russia. Interpol doesn't really have much jurisdiction there. The International Criminal Court, the same as well. You've got to remember that when they fled and the regime was toppled very quickly, nobody really saw this coming. They fled as well, with a lot of the country's wealth. Now, when the regime did fall, essentially officials fled to a number of places. One place which many of them did flee to was Lebanon. And Syria has been, the government has been doing its utmost in terms of bringing back these officials from Lebanon. There was a case this week when a major general was brought back, Adel Issa. He was actually caught at the Syrian embassy, going in there, requesting a service. They found his name was on the list, and they informed the Lebanese authorities. So he's based under the process of extradition. They did a deal earlier this year between the Lebanese and Syrian governments, which wasn't easy because you've got to remember that certain Lebanese factions were supportive of the al-Assad regime. So that's been a complicating factor as well. But the deal has been done, and Al Arabiya actually reported earlier on this year that up to 300 Syrians in Lebanon could have been extradited to Syria to face justice for a number of crimes, and not just simply political crimes. But, you know, the challenge is here, you know, what does the regime or what does the government in Syria now want to do? The trials are important, but also as well, I get a sense from many Syrians that they want to look forward and see what they can do in terms of rebuilding the economy. A lot of Syrians are traveling or have traveled back. They want to be part of this, what they see as a new Syria, and contribute. So again, the challenge is, do you look back, do you try and face up to what happened over many years of war. And at one point of time, the former Syrian regime was looking to arrest up to 8 million Syrians. So, pretty much everybody was being fingered. Or do you look forward to what the government wants to do in terms of rebuilding?
And I think that's a really important question. And if I could bring that back to you, I think Michael, Alex makes a really good point. Does Syria look forward? But I think what this court case has done and these sentences handed down has sent a clear signal to people who were part of the Assad regime that they want justice. The victims need justice to be able to move on. The country needs to heal from the Assad era. But then also, Alex spoke about the economy. We know the economy under Assad collapsed. The judiciary system did too, in many respects. So I think a lot of people are asking questions. Has the judicial system now come up to a standard where these cases can be fair, they can be heard?
I think it's very difficult for that to be the case, especially less than 2 years after Assad left. We have to remember that it was his father, Hafez, who came to power in November of 1970. So we're talking about 52 years of one family, 2 men, ruling an entire country. There's no way that anyone is going to be able to believe that all of a sudden, within about 20 months, 18 months, that the Syrian judicial system is now free, fair, independent, and transparent. It's just not the case. And that's why I go back to my original answer when I spoke about if the public sees the court as being legitimate, have the judges, if they've spoken to the press, have they said what they need to say? Have the victims or the family members of the victims come out feeling like they were heard? And I think one of the ways that you'll be able to placate the families is with a death sentence. I mean, there's nothing worse than that. There's no form of, well, some might not call it justice, but certainly there's nothing harsher that a court can rule than the death of the defendant. And if the majority of Syrians are feeling like this court is a legal process that's worthwhile and that is helping to right certain wrongs, and I think then we start to feel like we're all in this together. And maybe judges might have been very much aligned. Maybe some judges with the regime, maybe some judges are new into their roles. But if the majority of Syrians start to feel like we're in this together and we're going through this process, then I think everything will work out as well as it can when you're trying to recover from, a 14-year-long civil war.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the Houthis have struck a cargo ship with 3 ballistic missiles in the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, killing 6 people. Meanwhile, Yemen's armed forces have targeted several Houthi positions. This comes as Pakistan has reportedly said the US and Iran are so close to some agreement on peace as Pakistan's Interior Minister does visit Tehran. Alex, let's start with you because, first of all, I just mentioned that 6 dead. What does this deadly attack mean for the safety of commercial shipping in the Red Sea? Because 6 people dead, that number has been increasing throughout the day.
It really reinforces the point that after the Strait of Hormuz was closed by the Iranian government, Bab al-Mandeb was the other route, both out for oil being pumped by Saudi through their east-west pipeline, but also as well in for container shipping, and the ship which was hit today was a container ship. Now, the Red Sea does have another route, and that's through the Suez Canal. The challenge you've got the Suez Canal, it cannot take the VLCCs, the very large crude containers, which are taking a lot of the oil to Asia, which is where the Gulf sells most of its oil. That is going to add further complications and costs. You're talking about a route around Africa, and the Cape of Good Hope, which is also going to then add several weeks on as well to any journey. So you're making it more complex, you're making it more costly. There are also political considerations as well. For example, Houthis have said that they would not target Chinese ships or ships which are just passing through to Suez. So it becomes a much more complex picture in terms of shipping both in and out of the Gulf for the oil industry, as well as for anything else which needs to come into the region.
Yes, and of course, for insurance companies too, who are insuring these ships, it's a very risky moment for them. But Michael, does Yemen's response actually mark a new phase in confronting the Houthis?
So I'm going to hedge my my answer a little bit here, and I'm going to say potentially. And the reason I say that is because I think we recognize that one deadly incident can be contained. What is important is the pattern, if a pattern develops. What's important to figure out if we've entered a new phase is what happens next. If we're going to go through a back and a forth, if there's going to be retaliation and a response, and then a response to the retaliation that was a response to the retaliation. If we go down that road, then it's not going to be that much different than what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. But if there are going to be cooler heads that will prevail, that I think will be an indication that maybe there is going to be a lot of back channel work that's going to go on, and maybe this doesn't become something that just grows and escalates. So I think what's more important than this one incident to see if we've entered a new phase is what's going to happen over the course of the next 7 to 10 days.
And I think that's a really important point, because I think that's a point, Alex, many people have been asking. You know, they're sitting back, they're watching what's happening in Bab el-Mandeb Strait and, of course, in Yemen itself, and what happens next. And I think the big question right now is, I spoke to Mark Fitzpatrick earlier, who was telling me that right now the US, America, does not see Yemen as their problem. They are not they're not taking that into the wider picture. That's his opinion when it comes to the US and Iran. But with the Bab el-Mandeb Strait closed, the Strait of Hormuz closed, will the US eventually have to get involved? Because economically and globally, that's just going to put so much pressure on every economy.
Look, the Americans may not see it as their fight now, but they're going to be drawn into this because the implications it has for global energy, and which then means or leads into higher energy prices. And we know as soon as that happens, it leads on to pressure at the pump, which is a domestic political issue. You've got the midterms coming up in just under 90 days in the US in November. It's going to be a challenge for the president, for the Republican Party. So again, they're going to be drawn into this. And, you know, they have attacked the Houthis before. There were issues a number of years ago. They actually had a coalition, a Navy coalition, ensuring safe passage as well for ships. Almost reminiscent of what we're facing in terms of Hormuz, but on I'd probably say on a lesser scale. The challenge you've got with the Houthis, the militia, is they have a lot of weaponry. They are battle-hardened. They've been fighting for over a decade. Bab el-Mandeb is also a very tight space, so you know they could pretty much hit whatever they want, any ship passing through, and you know they've been hit so many times before in the past. So you know there really isn't an easy way out in this one. And you've also got to remember that when the war began end of February, they weren't part of this. So this is recent. This has only really happened over the past couple of weeks. So, you know, where do we go on this one? There's also the question of how much leverage the Iranians have here in terms of the Houthis. Some experts argue that they do have a lot of leverage. They can basically dictate what the Houthis do. I'm a little less sold on that. I think the Houthis are playing now to their own strengths. They see an opportunity in terms of the situation. But again, where this goes from here, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. But Michael, you know, we've been speaking a little bit lately. There's been hopes, hasn't there, that this deal between Iran and Oman on the Strait of Hormuz is in the advanced stages, as Qatar have said, and lots of people are hoping, because we see Pakistan's officials in Tehran today for these talks on the Strait of Hormuz and on a possible potential deal. But it's been fascinating because, as Alex said, the Houthis have just got involved. So this axis of resistance from Iran seems to be stepping up a gear, as we also have diplomacy stepping up a gear.
Yeah, what we have to recognize, and I think that the Americans need to be the first. Well, they won't be the first. I should correct myself. They'll be the last to recognize it. What the Iranians have recognized is that they have an awful lot of power. They are able to win what is started out as an asymmetrical war. They've recognized that by having drones, that they've been able to fire into the Strait, and that they've been able to target American allies in the Gulf, and they've been able to threaten more American allies in the GCC, that they have an awful lot of power. And we know that with insurers sending ships through the Strait, it's not so much that a ship has to get hit, it's the threat. And if there's a threat, then insurers are not going to want ships to go through. So my point in this is that the Iranians recognized with some drones and some missiles, they have an awful lot of power if they can target the right location, either in the Gulf or one of the ships. The Houthis, I think, are learning the same thing. So between the Houthis, who are a proxy for the Iranians, they now have so much control over two of the most important corridors in the world. And until the Americans are prepared to negotiate, I don't see how Iran loses their power that they have right now. That's what the Americans have to recognize, is that they have to sit down, and they are probably going to have to give the Iranians an awful lot, because every time the Iranians speak or post something, they're talking about what additional demands they're going to be making to the Americans. They see that they're in an incredibly powerful position. So the Omanis and the Iranians can talk, and as the Qataris say, they can come close, but unless Donald Trump is going to step away and allow the GCC and the Iranians to sort things out, I can't see this ending any other way except at the negotiating table, or it's just going to drag on and on and on.
So we are getting a news line out, actually. A US helicopter fired on a ship that tried to break the Iranian port blockade. That's according to the US military. So it's also important to note, of course, the US has its own blockade on Iranian shipments trying to get out. And Donald Trump says he's doing this because it will choke Iran economically, which will eventually bring them back to the table of diplomacy and give them less leverage. So that's the US argument at the moment. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Ukraine's armed forces say they have struck an oil refinery in the Russian city of Orsk. It's the latest in a series of long-range strikes carried out by Kyiv. It comes as President Zelensky has said Russia used North Korean missiles in deadly attacks that killed at least 6 people overnight. Michael, let's start with you on this because you know, we're hearing a lot about Ukraine and their ability to strike targets deep inside of Russia. And I want to know right now, you know, is this changing the way the war has been fought, or do you think we're overplaying Ukraine's strength here?
I think it changes the long-term prospects. And what I mean by that is Ukraine now has a lot more options than they did a few months ago. They've recognized that their drone capabilities, their long-range drone capabilities, can go deeper and deeper inside Russia. As they're able to do that, Russia now has fewer and fewer safety zones. as Russia has fewer and fewer safety zones, that means that the Russian people are going to start to feel some of the realities of war, just like Ukrainian civilians have been feeling that for 4.5 years. You have to remember that Vladimir Putin has called this a special military operation. He hasn't called it a war. And now, as the Ukrainians are able to hit oil refineries or whatever other target they might want to hit deep inside Russia, Russian people are going to feel it. And Vladimir Putin is also going to have to react. Because as the Ukrainians hit oil refineries, for instance, which is what they seem to be targeting the most, that's going to put a real certain amount of pressure on the Russians, specifically Vladimir Putin, because he needs that oil to fuel this war. And the oil revenue that comes in is what's allowing him to give the Russian people the oil they need domestically, but it's also, that's what's bringing in the revenue so that he can continue to, as I say, fund this war. So as this happens more and more frequently with the Ukrainians going deeper inside Russia, Russia's now faced with certain challenges. One being, if they have limited resources, are they going to put those limited resources to defend high-value targets deep inside Russia, like oil refineries, or are they going to use those resources for soldiers on the front lines? This is a challenge that they now have to face, which means that their resources are going to be stretched even thinner. And that's, I think, the big decision that Russia's facing. What the Ukrainians and potentially other countries around Ukraine are going to face is, if I were to put my geopolitical hat on and start putting myself in Vladimir Putin's position, is he now going to try to put more pressure on Ukraine by perhaps targeting a NATO ally, a NATO country? That would then maybe have an effect where NATO would be telling the Ukrainians, maybe don't put so much pressure on Vladimir Putin. Now, all of this is happening so that we can get Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table. We know that President Zelensky is willing to talk and negotiate, but we don't know what it is that Vladimir Putin wants other than his maximalist list of everything. So it is, getting back to your original question and my answer, it is opening up more and more possibilities for the Ukrainians, and it'll be interesting to see how Vladimir Putin is going to respond to those.
But I think, you know, we just heard Michael talking there, and Russia suffering economically from the impact of these deep drone strikes from Ukraine into the country. But it's also important to note Russia is one of the most sanctioned countries in the world, and they have always found workarounds, which is something that Russia's done for time and time again. And I think it's important to put that into context with your question, Alex, because Zelensky's come out again. We've heard this is not the first time, come out again saying Russia is using North Korean missiles. So there's a big question here. Is the fact the war becoming more internationalized, or is Moscow actually running low on weapons? Like there's an argument here and no one quite knows the answer.
Well, the war, ostensibly the Russian war in Ukraine, there have always been international partners on both sides. If you think back to the beginning of the war, just after the Russians launched the invasion, they started negotiating with Iran in terms of their Shahed drone technology. The Iranians started shipping drones over, and then the Russians localized the production. With North Korea, they got involved 3 years ago, both in terms of supplying artillery shells, but also as well soldiers. North Koreans soldiers have been taking part in the war for 3 years. What is also interesting now, and this reflects the status of the economy in Russia and the lack of manpower effectively, is that North Korean women are being shipped over to Russia to work in their factories because, again, there just are not enough people to fill the void in the economy, especially when it comes to the industrial aspects of the economy, ensuring that there are enough people working on production lines, both for military and non-military purposes. And North Korea, for example, has done very well out of this. Their economy over the past 3 years has grown 3% each year. Their leadership has now they got their hands on tens of billions of dollars, and hard currency for them was always a challenge given their own sanctions. If you look at the Ukrainian side, they have been armed by NATO, supported heavily by Europe. They did a deal only a couple of weeks ago with Turkey in terms of missiles, M270 launchers, also artillery shells as well. So, each side is seeing what advantage they can get through their supply chains. And Napoleon famously said, you win or lose wars based on your supply chains. And again, whatever advantage they can get from their partners, that's what they're going to do. Now, what Ukraine has also done as well is they've continually pushed to localize their own military production. We see that with drones. They've become a leader in the drone space, both offensive and defensive drones. But then there's only so much you can do. For example, they've been pushing for a while in terms of producing Patriot missiles, so basically anti-missile missiles in Ukraine. And there's been some pushback from the American weapons manufacturers on this. So, there is only so much you can do. Each side is looking for an advantage. Russia has been heavily sanctioned, but they've found ways around, including through dual-use technologies. And likewise, Ukraine is looking to technology in terms of evening the battlefield because their army is a fraction the size of the Russian army. So this is a war which very much is, if you look, say, the First World War, because that's the parallel which has been drawn, where you've got the trenches and each side looked to technology for an advantage. And that's what we're seeing here. But again, we also need to ensure that our partners are supplying the weapons that we need to fuel the wartime economy and the front lines as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Really good points. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. President Trump has reportedly made a secret plane switch after leaving the NATO summit in Turkey last month. He was seen boarding Air Force One in front of cameras, but was then moved to a smaller military jet, reportedly using a catering truck. The move came after US intelligence detected what officials described as a credible Iranian missile threat. Alex, this has really caught the attention, I think, of all newspapers and all news, because it's like one of those stories. It's almost James Bond style, dare I say it. The secret plane, Trump out on the catering cart. How serious is Iran's threat in order for the Secret Service to put this sort of amazing plan together?
Look, this is a fantastical story. This morning, all of the US media was covering it. It was broken by the Washington Post, a fantastic breaking news piece, and they covered it in some depth, basically by telling the story line for line what happened. President Trump, he's got a hard man image. He's a president who can't be threatened, who can't be cowed. He's not scared of anybody. But how this all played out, he went onto Air Force One. He climbed the steps. He waved to the people who were on the ground. It was very much, he said as well to the media court, we're all heading back together. And then, they effectively spirited him away. They put him in this food truck, which took him to the military plane. And he flew over without really anybody at the time knowing. The media corps, where the media pack were told to close the shutters on the plane, which again is pretty unusual. They arrived, and then once they arrived in London, because that's when they changed planes, President Trump was then put back onto Air Force One and then walked down the steps, and it looked as if he'd been on that plane for the whole journey. And then again, he got on the new plane, which he'd received with the press corps. So there's a lot of strangeness to this story. Turkey is a major NATO ally. So what is also, not many people have actually been asking, what does it say about them and their own security arrangements? Obviously, the Americans felt there was a threat. Otherwise, they would not have done this. But just all of the the secrecy, cloak and dagger. It just feels very, very odd. I don't think the White House has actually commented yet on the story. I'm sure President Trump will do, given how he is. And I'm sure he will be saying, the usual things in terms of fake news and everything else. But, given the number of sources here, I don't think anybody can doubt its veracity.
No, and I don't know your thoughts, Michael, but I just think this is such a fascinating read when you just look into the insights of the Secret Service and what they do to keep the US president safe. We always hear rumours about it time and time again. It's absolutely fascinating. But just one question that was on my mind, Michael, I want to put it to you because we were talking about it before the show. Bill Clinton had a very similar threat, and that was in 2000. He did the same thing during an India to Pakistan flight. But what I find fascinating is President Donald Trump and his Secret Service team appear, according to reports, they didn't actually brief the press team that was on the plane. But Bill Clinton's team did. So it's kind of crazy to think, right, all Donald Trump's press corps and everyone invited just were none the wiser, basically.
So it was his support staff as well as the entire press corps that was traveling with him. And that's, I think, maybe that'll be like the day 2 or day 3 story. That to me seems like it's being underreported. When you could have had however many journalists, I would assume at least dozens, and certainly well-known personalities who could have, I don't want to say died, but they were part of a plane that the Secret Service did not feel was safe enough for the president to be on, but they were on. So if there was a credible threat, then there was a chance that something could have happened. And yet that would have been, well, I just think that there's an awful lot of reporting that still needs to be done there. And I think that there is, I assume that the press corps signs waivers so that the White House is not, or the U.S. government is not responsible for their safety if something should happen. I don't know, but I just feel as though it was. I don't know that I can say it was reckless, but the way that this story has been reported, this plane with all these people on board was a decoy. And they were believing that there was a credible threat, that something could happen to this plane, which is why they didn't allow the president to travel on it. So if you follow the next logical what-if steps, it could have been a very ugly situation. And I think that there will be more reporting done on this because right now, I understand the sexy aspect of it, which is Donald Trump sort of being whisked away, nobody knowing about it, very hush-hush. It's very attractive from a consumer point of view where you want to read how this is going on. But there then is the reality of, again, lots of press and lots of his support staff who were on the decoy plane. And that, I think, as I said earlier, it could have been a very ugly situation.
And I guess, Alex, they must have been assessing the risk the whole time when it came to that. But, President Donald Trump, we've spoken so many times on the show, of course, early on when he was campaigning, of course, they tried to assassinate him and the bullet just shaved his ear. There was another foiled attempt on his life at his Mar-a-Lago golf course. We just have a look at the risk to President Donald Trump. It must be extremely high.
Look, as he says very clearly, he's the most targeted president in US history. What I find, again, fascinating about the story is, first of all, the shades of James Bond. About what has happened, what went on. You can imagine them sort of being rushed through by the Secret Service team down to the catering truck, and then obviously being whisked away. I wonder if he helped himself to any of the food on the carts. But then there's also the sensitivity of the story. So the White House subpoenaed New York Times journalists who broke the initial story in terms of the donator jet and basically the lack of defensive, what they call defensive measures. They pulled a revoked security clearance from Frank Kendall, who was the former Air Force Secretary, when he talked about the new jet. And you've also got to remember, you know, the seriousness of this threat. Air Force One is the most, or the best defended plane out there in the skies. The number of defensive mechanisms it has on board is just remarkable. So, you know, if they still thought there was a threat, and even, you know, the Director of Communications was basically sharing information about the defensive capabilities, both of the old jet and also the new jet. So if they really thought there was a threat here, they must have had proper intel. Yeah, this story, I think, is just going to go on and on and on.
Like you do say, it has shades of James Bond, but of course highly sensitive too, because it's the Secret Service's work. And I think more and more throughout this presidency, we're getting a glimpse into organisations and establishments in the US government we would have never been able to have access to before, because of course President Donald Trump is very transparent in many respects. But now it's that time of the show where Alex and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Michael, we're going to start with yours, and I find the story so fascinating. What are we getting wrong about germs in everyday hygiene? And this is according to experts, because I couldn't believe some of these.
So Time Magazine has gone out and interviewed several infectious disease experts, and they asked them one key question, which was, how do you rank risk? I think we all would have lived through COVID, and we all are maybe a little bit too consumed with hand sanitizer, for instance. Anyhow, I'm going to read some of it. One of the things that they talked about the most was that things that feel gross and the things that actually make you sick are not always the same. And what these, again, I want to emphasize, infectious disease experts, what they said is that don't worry so much about the unpleasant threats. Focus more on the genuine threats. And they're here to tell you what I'm here to tell you, what they said some of the genuine threats are. So one infectious disease expert, he said that don't follow so much, worry about the surfaces, worry more about the air quality. A couple of examples of what they said not to worry so much about would be, you know, some people think, and there's a great image on screen there, that you have to change your sheets all the time. And that's not the case. And so you don't do it every week. Maybe you do it every 2 or 3 weeks. It's no big deal. Another point that they brought up that I think is going to surprise an awful lot of people, because of course we all went through COVID, is that antibacterial soap is not necessarily the be-all and end-all that we think it is. Most of these infectious disease experts say that just regular soap is fine. And you don't have to constantly wash your hands throughout the day. You know, after the washroom and before you're going to handle meat and after you're going to handle certain types of food, and maybe if you're interacting or caring for somebody who's sick, those are times, of course, when you should wash your hands. But it's not something that has to go on throughout the day. And the last point I'm going to leave you with is that doctors say that you don't have to worry so much about eliminating risk. You just have to minimize it. And I think this is going to make a lot of those people who have the OCD condition, where they're always having to be clean and always using hand sanitizer, I think this is going to maybe make them think twice and realize that actually I don't have to do everything that I maybe thought I did.
Yeah, it's a really interesting insight. Alex and also Michael, I picked up on one thing. Reusable grocery bags don't need washing after every trip. Like, who does that? Who's actually got time to wash bags? I don't know, Michael. Alex, do you?
Well, you know, especially when they pick up a jute bag, who the heck's going to wash a jute bag?
Are you going to wash it?
No.
Are you going to wash your grocery bag? I'm sorry, I don't have time for that. Like, who does that? I find it quite interesting. Yeah, I don't know. But, you know, after COVID, there was such a concern, wasn't there, that I think we did see a real flux of people using hand sanitizer all the time, cleaning their mobile phones. So, you know, maybe everyone can just chill a little bit, manage their risk. And let's get to yours, Alex, because it's about a Tesla. And it got keyed, which is absolutely awful, but it's actually got some funniness behind it. So what happened?
So it's OAPs behaving badly. That's how I call it. So this is Australia, the land of you know, many naughty people behaving badly. And this is a really strange story because, you know, the elderly woman, she was caught on camera, and I'll explain which camera in a moment, but she was actually caught keying in the car, and there was no reason for it. You know, she was, you know, there was a space between that car and the next car. Maybe, I don't know, they hadn't boxed her in, and there was no real reason for it. But how was she caught? So this is the thing about new cars today. New cars today have cameras all around them, and they're connected to apps on your phone. So basically, how do they work? They're programmed so that if anybody goes near the car, that screenshot or the video will be captured, it will be saved, and then it'll actually be sent over to the person's app on their phone, and you can literally do anything you want with it. You can call the police, you can do anything else you want.
Put it on social media.
You can put it on social media, you can give it to a news outlet and, you know, make some money to pay for the repairs. But it was a strange story because, again, there was no reasoning behind it. She's an old lady, and normally, you know, old ladies, you sort of have this image, nice, lovely image of a granny, you know, who's smiling and happy-go-lucky. But yeah, maybe she just didn't like Elon Musk. That's all I can think of.
I don't know, but yeah, maybe she didn't like Elon Musk. Maybe it was something she had against the Tesla. But Michael, let's get your opinion, because it's almost like a bit of a gangster granny. You know, I think as people get a little bit older, Michael, they can sort of just go on the loose and just see what happens, can't they? Like, sometimes I think older people get away with some bad behaviour because they are old.
Can I first say that Gangster Granny should be the name of your first album, because I think that that's perfect. I also think that 100%, this woman just might not have liked Elon Musk. I think most of us don't have to have a real reason to dislike him. And I think that sometimes people are just, quite frankly, I think people have a streak within them where they're tempted sometimes to just be a little bit of a rebel, to be a little bit different. And especially if they know they're not going to get caught, I think there's a thrill aspect of it where they're going to do something and the owner of the car in this case isn't going to know what happened. But that woman, maybe she just gets a little bit of a thrill, and this adds, you know, a little bit of excitement to her life.
And I do think that happens, actually. I do think that some people get a little bit of thrill. Maybe the granny was a bit bored, thought, I'll go out. You know, she didn't realise that the Tesla was filming her, God forbid. But anyway, thank you so much to Alex and Michael. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Once again, thanks to our guests, Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and Alex Malouf, founder of the communications consultancy firm Narrative Shapers. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on XGNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm John O'Hays, and coming up today, Israel has rejected President Trump's 15-point plan for Gaza. We'll ask why Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has pushed back, what the sticking points are, and whether there's still any realistic chance of getting the process back on track. And also, on the way, we're going to be bringing you the latest on Iran. Diplomatic efforts are continuing, but is there any real sign of a breakthrough, or are both sides simply buying their time? All that and more coming up on GNT. Joining us now from Jerusalem is former Middle East peace negotiator Gershon Baskin. Gershon, thanks so much for joining us first and foremost on the show. Let's start with President Trump's plan here. Israel rejected that pretty quickly. Were you surprised by that?
Actually, the rejection wasn't so quick. The plan was actually submitted to Hamas by the mediators, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, more than 2 months ago. It took some 2 months before Hamas was finally pressured into saying yes. Perhaps Israel didn't respond so quickly because they were expecting Hamas to reject the plan. But Hamas, under pressure of the mediators and under people like Mohammed Dahlan, eventually said yes. And then Netanyahu was pushed into a corner where he had to respond. Netanyahu is heading to elections in Israel, and he has to speak to his base who are against the plan, in addition to the fact that Nikolai Mladinov, the chairman or director of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, made it clear that this plan is linked to point 19 of Trump's 20-point plan, talking about a credible pathway toward a Palestinian state. So we have the reality on the one hand of Netanyahu speaking to his base, being against this plan, but in reality on the ground, things are moving forward with the implementation of the plan, at least partially.
Well, Gershon, what's the problem that Israel has with this proposal? What's on there that's a sticking point for Netanyahu and the entire cabinet?
Well, from Netanyahu's point of view, everything about it is a sticking point because Netanyahu wants to go back to war. He wants to finish the job, as he said, and have the ultimate victory. The Israeli right wing, the government of Netanyahu, does not believe that Hamas can be disarmed. It believes that Israel needs to disarm it, that Israel wants to go and kill all the Hamas leadership and military people in Gaza. They want to destroy all the tunnels. They want to conquer the remaining 30 or 35% of Gaza, which they're not occupying. And the people in Netanyahu's government want to rebuild Israeli settlements in Gaza. So if this is your political point of view and looking at the Gaza Strip as a failed arena, along with the failed arena in Lebanon and the failed arena in Iran, Netanyahu heading into elections where he promised total victory is a losing in a losing position in all three military arenas that Israel has been engaged in the last years.
I want to talk to you for 1 second about what you mentioned there and Benjamin Netanyahu going back to war. Is this not some sort of a negotiating tactic from the Prime Minister that we're seeing, or do you think he genuinely has drawn a red line here where he says, no, I'm not going to sign on this deal?
First of all, he wasn't asked to sign on the deal. Israel's not a party to the deal. The deal is actually between the border peace or the mediators and Hamas. Israel is being obligated to adhere to the deal by the American administration, by President Trump. And here's where we have the difficulty, because Netanyahu is not in a position to go directly against Trump. He can say this to his base, but if we note the American responses so far, President Trump's responses so far have not been so crazy, saying, Netanyahu, you're a bad guy and you have to do this. The Americans are working behind the scenes. There was a meeting last week with Netanyahu and members of his cabinet, together with members of the border peace, of people here on the ground, together with Nikolai Mladinov. And I understand from talking to someone who was in that room, that was a pretty loud meeting of lots of shouting going back and forth. And as I said, at the end of the day, what's critical now is that the plan begins to be implemented on the ground. And we understand that some key elements of the plan are, in fact, moving forward. The most important one, and we have to see if this sticks, is that the assassination policy of Israel is on hold. At least the army has been ordered not to assassinate anyone without a green light from the chief of staff himself. Israel is being pushed back to the yellow line, which is still 60% of the Gaza Strip. But there is an understanding from the border peace and from the mediators that if we expect Hamas to decommission weapons, to turn over its weapons, there has to be parallel movement on the Israeli side. It's going to be difficult until after the Israeli elections on October 27th. But nonetheless, I don't see President Trump giving in to Netanyahu's naysay on this plan.
Gershon, let me pick up on something you said there. You mentioned Israel has said this. Hamas needs to fully disarm before any lasting deal can come into existence, before we can move this board of peace deal any further. Is that a realistic position? Given the track record,
no.
Is Hamas...
No, not at all.
Because Israel surely in that case is right not to trust Hamas, right?
Well, no one should trust anyone here, and this is what the most important element of the plan, of the 15-point plan, as far as I see, is that they finally built in some kind of mechanism to verify implementation. There's no good reason for Israelis and Palestinians whatsoever to trust each other. We've been so bad at implementing commitments. Throughout the period of the Oslo peace process, there were 6 agreements signed between Israel and the PLO that were breached by both sides, and there was no verification mechanism. Now they put in this mechanism. Israel's not happy about it because Qatar and Turkey will participate in the verification mechanism, but it'll be led by the Americans, and there'll be other parties involved in the verification, and verification needs to be the implementation of aspects of the agreement that are on paper, and both sides will be pressured to meet their commitments. If they're not met, then the process won't move forward. Hamas will not disarm, and Israel will not withdraw. There won't be the implementation of the International Stabilization Force, and the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza won't be able to work in Gaza either. So everything is dependent upon both parties implementing what's expected from them.
Gershon, it does appear from an outside point of view looking in, Hamas appears a bit more open to parts of this plan than Israel. Is that changing the dynamic, or do you think it might be a bit of a false flag?
Well, it's a bit of both. There's a false flag because Hamas has not moderated its position whatsoever. We listened to the speech made by the newly re-elected head of Hamas, Khalil al-Hayya, just last week. It was talking about jihad and was talking about the destruction of Israel, the liberation of all of Palestine from the river to the sea. It was not a speech recognizing the damage that Hamas brought on the people of Palestine, the people of Gaza, in particular, taking no responsibility whatsoever for what Hamas has brought on the people of Gaza. On the other hand, Hamas is very aware that the 2 million plus Gazans are sick and tired of Hamas, feel that they're being held hostage by Hamas, and would be very happy never to see anyone from Hamas again. But the failure to implement any of this over the last 9 months has left Hamas as the only power to be where the 2 million Gazas are living, which is only on 30 or 40% of Gaza's land. But still, they're the only people holding guns who have the power to implement anything in Gaza right now. And the only way to remove them from power is by implementing this 15-point plan.
Gershon, let me take it to the US for a second. President Trump has invested a lot of time and energy into this deal. And in terms of political capital, a lot is at stake. How much of a setback is a rejection like this from Benjamin Netanyahu for Washington?
Well, I don't think that Washington can take this seriously. I don't think they're taking it seriously, that the United States, particularly this administration with the Netanyahu government, have more leverage over the state of Israel than ever before. Israel is totally dependent on the United States for almost everything. Netanyahu can't fly anywhere in the world except perhaps the United States because he's wanted by the International Criminal Court. He can't travel anywhere. He can't do anything. Israel is related to as a pariah state in most of the capitals of the world, and he's still welcome in Washington. And the relationship with the United States is crucial to Israel's security, and Netanyahu knows that, and the people of Israel know that. And one of Netanyahu's challenges going into elections is him being able to say to the Israeli public that I am the best friend of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is the United States of America. We need America. America needs us, because Israel is the most trusted ally of the United States in the Middle East. This is the card that Netanyahu is playing, and he can't go against Trump, and Trump knows this.
Gershon, Israel's got a track record of this. It's rejected peace initiatives before. I want to take it back a little bit, the Wye River Memorandum, the 2003 Roadmap for Peace. Both of those were rejected, but they continued negotiating. So is this Israel's part of the process, or does it feel a little different this time, do you think?
Well, it is part of the process, and Israel has gotten away with it for years. The question is whether or not the Trump administration is going to be like every previous American administration that simply backed down and didn't push Israel into the corner. I think that there is a strategic opportunity for President Trump in his relationship with the other countries in the region to understand that a new peace process based on the alliance between the United States and Saudi Arabia in particular have the power of pushing Israel after elections in Israel whoever the government of Israel is made up of, into a new regional framework that provides so many more benefits to the state of Israel than has ever been projected before, because the region is really in a position to welcome Israel into the region, integrating Israel into the region with hundreds of billions of dollars of development projects that are sitting on the table waiting to be acted on. And the only thing that's holding it back is Israel's refusal to accept the two-state solution and enable the Palestinians to have the right of self-determination and freedom. And I think that this is more understood in the United States today than ever before. It was included in the 20-point plan of Trump, a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. And it was reiterated by Mladenov when he presented the 15-point plan in the Security Council and even on Israeli television just a few days ago, when he said that creating a Palestinian state is the end goal of this whole entire process. And this is certainly the demand of the Saudi Arabian kingdom in saying that there'll be no normalization with Israel without a credible pathway, more than a credible pathway, to a Palestinian state. There needs to be a Palestinian state. And it's an opportunity to push home to the Israelis that they will never have security if the Palestinians don't have freedom, and to let the Palestinians understand that they will never have freedom if Israel doesn't have security.
We spoke a bit about the elections coming up, important for Benjamin Netanyahu, but how much influence do you think the coalition partners, so the Smotrich, Ben-Gvirs of the cabinet, how much do they have over Netanyahu's policy and his position currently?
Well, they have an incredible amount of power over Netanyahu's policy. They've had that power because they kept him in office, and this government has served out its full term, which is very unusual in Israel. But now this period between now and elections is a little bit different. Netanyahu is trying to dissociate himself or distance himself, both from his alliance with the ultra-Orthodox parties who refuse to be drafted into the army. This is the first obvious step that Netanyahu is walking away from his commitment to the non-enlistment of ultra-Orthodox Jews into the Israeli army. And I think he will distance himself somewhat from Ben-Gvir and Smotrich in the coming months, but it's all false. And the public is aware that it's not genuine, because Netanyahu, if he were to win the elections, those are his first and immediate coalition partners.
Let's talk about the Israeli public that you just mentioned. Do you think they believe that a negotiated settlement and statement is potentially on the way?
The Israeli public is very fearful of any change of policy vis-a-vis the Palestinians. There's still a lot of fear remaining from October 7th and the general impression that the Palestinians will never make peace with Israel. There's a great deal of, I think, hatred between Israelis and Palestinians more than ever before. There's a process of delegitimation of the majority of the Israeli public opinion, of even the Palestinian Arab parties within the Israeli electorate who are running for election. And these are Israeli citizens who make up 20% of the electorate. And there's been an attempt to delegitimize their participation, calling them supporters of terrorism, supporters of the Muslim Brotherhood, and all kinds of other derogatory comments that have been made about them. I think this is the general mood. It's going to be a big task to change that. And I think it can only be done by an adoption by President Trump and the American administration of a directive that peace in the region has to be the order of the day immediately after Israeli elections, regardless of who the prime minister will be.
Is there enough trust, do you think, between Washington and Jerusalem to get another deal or proposal over the line at this stage, or is too much water going under the bridge?
I don't think that trust is the crucial issue. The question is whether or not the United States can deliver to Israel the obvious benefits that would be derived from a peace agreement between Israel and the Palestinians, based in a regional agreement ensuring a new architecture of security and economic development, providing the Israeli public with enough understanding that there's so much to be gained by that kind of move, that rejecting it puts Israel in a position which is untenable for the state of Israel, both in terms of its security and in terms of the economic opportunities that are open for the Israeli public. Everyone's worried now because of the changes in the world of high tech, with AI coming online, and the Israeli economy is based on being a high-tech economy, and we need to expand the economic opportunities if Israel is going to remain the powerful and wealthy state that it has become over the last 2 decades.
Gershon, before we let you go, as somebody who's been heavily involved in these negotiations for years, if you were sitting back at the table today, where would you start on getting an agreement over the line?
I would, as I played my back channel role, not representing the official Israeli position nor the Palestinian position. I would be talking with the Americans directly, trying to get them to understand the power that they hold in their hands to create the architecture for this new regional deal, which, as I said, is based on an alliance between the United States primarily and the Saudis, to move this deal forward, promising a two-state solution in an environment where both Israel and Palestine have security and economic opportunities that never existed before, and an alliance with all the other Gulf states, involving Morocco as well, and Egypt and Jordan, strengthening the peace treaties that already exist, and making this a much more secure region for everyone here. The Iranian problem will still remain, but in a Middle East shaped around a two-state solution with these economic and security arrangements, it changes the whole region, perhaps the whole world.
Gershon, I want to thank you so much for joining us. It's been an insightful chat from Jerusalem, former Middle East peace negotiator Gershon Baskin. Thank you so much. Turning to Iran now, and while military pressure and action has eased for the moment, diplomacy continues between Washington and Tehran, with the Strait of Hormuz and the wider regional security still at the centre of those discussions. President Trump has said the strait will be open, while also saying that he wants compensation from Iran for casualties during the conflict. But despite suggestions that progress is being made, some significant deterrences remain. Now, to discuss this in more detail, we're joined by Captain Brent Sadler, who's a former US military diplomat and senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation Center for National Defense, who joins us from Washington, D.C. Captain Sadler, welcome to the show first and foremost. Let me ask you if you genuinely believe the echoes that we've been hearing for the last couple of days. Is a breakthrough deal on the way, or do both sides have a very unrealistic list of demands that have yet to be met?
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath for some grand breakthrough deal anytime soon. And that, I think, is very clear in the past couple of months. And so a breakthrough would probably be just a lessening of the strikes and lessening of the attacks on shipping by Iran. But I really don't see much room for optimism at this stage.
Let's talk about what President Trump has said in the last 24 hours. He's demanding compensation from Iran for casualties for the conflict. That's before the agreement of opening the Strait of Hormuz. Is that something Iran can entertain, especially given that their request was also exactly the same? That's what they asked for first, compensation, and also that we know that financially they may not be in a position to do something like that.
Yeah, a lot of these statements are actually, I think, posturing and grandstanding, and clearly the Iranians have, it's not the first time they've made these type of demands, and it's an indication that they're not serious about looking for an off-ramp to end the fighting on agreeable terms. And certainly the United States is not going to move off of a permanent end to Iran's nuclear program and the opening unfettered access to shipping through the Straits of Hormuz. I think those are two non-negotiable points. And I think, sadly, it's going to require continued and perhaps increasingly costly economic statecraft actions against the regime, sanctions, just one part of that. But at the same time, there's going to have to be maintained a pretty robust U.S. military presence that is ready to respond in large strikes, but also, I think, a more proactive posture so that in any threat, the U.S. would respond and take out proactively any threats to shipping in the Straits of Hormuz. And that latter part is a change to the current approach that we're seeing.
Let's talk about what Iran have said in relation to this, and this is from the head of the Iran-China Chamber of Commerce. It simply cannot afford to live with the current maritime blockade and has to break it. I guess we hear a lot about how the West is suffering a lot with this and oil prices, but is this telling us now that Tehran is under this increased economic pressure whereby it needs to end this blockade of the Strait of Hormuz?
No, that's the goal of the blockade and the economic sanctions, and that's to strangle the regime and force them to do one of two things: capitulate and negotiate, or they lose control of their people and the Iranian people take back their country, which would be, I think, in the net, a good thing for the region and certainly for the United States. There's no guarantees that we're going to get a better regime, but certainly something better than what we have today. As for the cost on the oil market, I think, this has been going on for many months now, and the markets have largely started to shift. Shipping has largely shifted. more products, petroleum is coming out of the United States. Other suppliers are coming online. OPEC is losing its ability to control output, most notably with the departure of May 1st of this year of UAE, so that it could actually export more petroleum. So one thing is clear in my mind, the energy markets will not return back to what it was the end of February this year. It's already adjusting. It was already adjusting before that to Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. So the shipping and also energy markets, I think, are adjusting, and it will, I think, be for the better, more resilient energy markets and access. The prices right now, to my mind, because they do go up and down so quickly, just based on pronouncements, less about real threats to shipping, it seems to be more speculatively driven than actual supply of petroleum on the global market.
Let's talk about that, because the threat of the Strait of Hormuz being closed was not something that we took into this at the end of February, start of March when this kicked off. It was about nuclear weapons. At what point does this negotiation stop being about the Strait of Hormuz and become that broader negotiation between the US and Iran? In your opinion, Captain Brent, what do you think? Because Hormuz is the first of many points we seem to have to get through, and we can't even get an agreement on that.
Well, the Iranians, I think, are very, very clearly see that this, the threat of shipping in the Hormuz is one of their leverages, perhaps their only leverage right now. They were trying to use their proxies and threatening, expansion of the conflict with Hezbollah attacking Israel. Now, that all seems to be in check, not because those proxies don't want to attack Israel or U.S. and U.S. interest and allies, but rather they have a limited capacity, the Iranians, to supply them with money and the weapons to effect that type of attack. So there really is only the Straits of Hormuz for the regime in Tehran. And for that reason, I can't see it being separated from the nuclear issue and whatever the conclusion is going to be, a negotiated solution or a capitulation of the regime.
Let's talk about the military operations, because as you rightly said at the onset of this interview between the US and Iran, they have eased somewhat for now, but we're still seeing significant activity elsewhere. UNIFIL says that Israel fired more than 450 projectiles into southern Lebanon. That's over the weekend as well. That's taken somewhat of a back burner for right now, because the administration, the US administration, is trying to handle that Iran conflict. So that no longer seems to be of such staggering importance.
Yeah. Well, I think the most important thing is that Iran is severed from its proxies and not able to rearm them and to finance them. They've been sowing discord and chaos and terror throughout the Middle East for quite a long time. In the case of Iraq, which is a recent development, it appears there may be some work afoot to try to neutralize those proxies. It's got a long way to go. But closer to the finish line is Lebanon. Negotiations between the government there, the national government in Beirut, Israel, and the United States actually dates back to the later part of the Biden administration, but has been accelerated and gotten added emphasis, quite frankly, been much more successful since Syria has, the Assad regime has collapsed, and since many of the proxies, Hezbollah, have faced severe defeats at the hands of Israel and allied forces if you look beyond just Hezbollah. So there's a moment here in Lebanon that hopefully we'll be able to see, finally after decades, the disarming of Hezbollah, and it's becoming a normal, political party in Lebanon, not a paramilitary arm of Iran.
What if there is renewed fighting involving Hezbollah? What if it's not the way that you've played it out, which we all hope it will? Could that derail the wider diplomatic process?
Not with Iran. I think there's so many other things at play there. But with regards to the negotiations in Beirut, I think everyone is very clear-eyed as to the challenges, and that, flare-ups of combat are going to be expected. Hezbollah is not going to disarm willingly. And clearly, the national government seems to be much more emboldened and unified to the end of disarming Hezbollah, and that they need to be encouraged and supported to that end. And that's where the United States plays a key role of certainly as a third party and perhaps more trusted in Beirut than if the Israelis were the partner, the only partner with the national government, which is not really very realistic.
Brent, there's a lot of key players. You mentioned a few of them there, but Oman has found itself once again in the middle of these talks. So how important has its role been in all of these negotiations and throughout the crisis that we've seen in the last couple of months?
I have mixed views on the negotiations between Oman and Iran. Oftentimes, what they announce as coming up with a deal is wholly unacceptable, both to U.S. traditional interests, but pretty much everyone else in the world, and that is putting at risk freedom of navigation and moving through the international straits there of Strait of Hormuz. And so I can't see some of the terms of this negotiation ever being acceptable. But at the same time, both parties, the Iranians and the Omanis, have never been able to really come to an agreement. So I'm not too worried that there's going to be a breakthrough that's going to threaten anything on a diplomatic front to shipping passing through the Straits of Hormuz in the long term. So not much there to really excite me. But I do get concerned by some of the, if the United States were to back some of what's coming out of Oman.
Right, I want to talk about the language that's been used because Iran continues to insist there are no direct negotiations with Washington. Yesterday, the line from President Trump was that in relation to the low-keying the negotiations. Does that language really matter to Trump and to the administration? Because this is a we are not talking to them from Iran message more than anything else. Is that likely to irk President Trump?
Oh, I think it did, but I don't think it does anymore. And I think this, his statements about low keying, or putting into the back burner for at least for his day-to-day interest, the negotiations with Iran is a symptom of that. Clearly, the military is still in the region, and clearly the economic sanctions as well as the blockade are still in full force. And the president, I think, clearly is fed up with trying to pursue, perhaps, a chimera, a deal with the regime in Tehran. And so he's going to allow time and economic pressure to build before he re-engages them.
There's a lot of key players involved here. There's a lot of different, I want to call it fires to put out across the entire region. What do you think is concerning the Pentagon most right now? Is it Iran? Is it the risk that it spreads into a much wider regional conflict? Is it the proxies? What's the things that's on their priority list if you were to give me a top three?
Just staying focused in on the Middle East, because there's a lot of other things going on, China and South China Sea, but just focusing in on the Middle East. I think for Central Command, the big concern is not an expansion or an escalation of the conflict. That's already happened. Iran has attacked all of its neighbors, save perhaps Pakistan and Turkmenistan. And the Ukrainians have already attacked shipping in the Caspian Sea. So the escalation's already happened. And it's been manageable, and it hasn't changed things either way, favoring the Iranians nor favoring the allies necessarily. But I think the concern right now is if there's a need to launch massive strikes, does the military have the posture and have the capacity to execute that in a long haul, to have the tactical and perhaps strategic effects that the White House would want? And while that's a concern, I don't think there's any question that they can deliver on it right now into the foreseeable future.
Captain Brent, there's an extraordinary story that I want to speak about while we have you on. This is the story today that's emerged alleging that President Trump was secretly moved from Air Force One into a catering truck and then switched to a different military aircraft because of what the US officials believed was a credible Iranian threat while he was at the NATO summit that took place in Turkey. So if those reports are accurate from what we are seeing in the news today, what does that tell us about how seriously Washington viewed the risk that we'd heard about a couple of months ago and just how close these two sides might have actually been to a much more dangerous level of confrontation?
Well, I mean, to be honest, the Iranian regime has tried to kill several American presidents, going all the way back to Bush Sr. in the 90s. So this is not a new thing on their part. And the moment that any security service, in this case, the U.S. Secret Service, responsible for protecting the president, the moment that they think the threat is not something to demand 100% of their attention, that's when you have an incident. That's when you have a successful attack. And so one of the key things of being a hard target is you change your patterns of behavior. And I think if this is true, the president exited the plane on the catering truck, that's an interesting way to change the patterns of behavior. But we will never, I think, know for sure.
Finally, before we let you go, Captain, if we were sitting here this time next week, realistically, what do you think will have changed? Because it feels like we're in this endless circle of talking about things. But will we be talking about a diplomatic breakthrough? Will we be potentially talking about another round of escalation? Where do you, and again, it's just opinion, where do you envisage this going to?
Yeah, I think it will be always like 1 week away. So that's not really very satisfying. But when things start to break in Iran, so this is the indicator that I look for, when you start seeing protests or you start seeing more violent incursions across Iran against the regime, that would be the symptom that the regime's about to crack. And once that crack starts to form, I'm talking about a practical opposition to the regime, it will develop very rapidly. So it'll seem like everything is much like it was last week, but watch for the cracks in the regime's ability to enforce its authority, because once that starts to open, it will accelerate, because less than 10% of the people in Iran really support this regime. And that's from their own internal documents by the Iranian regime in Tehran.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on GNT, former US military diplomat and senior fellow at Heritage Foundation Center for National Defense. Joining us from Washington, D.C., Captain Sadler, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews here on Arabiya English. And as always, you can see full interviews from the show on our YouTube channel. Until then, goodbye.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gori Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The The truth is that on this small island of Gori, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous Door of No Return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of 2 types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. A Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors, a familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge, and as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort Diastri. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there, and he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grande. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't. But we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school. We pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
We faced many dangers while covering the events in Kursk. We followed the developments of the battles on the fronts, and we were with the civilians, documenting their suffering in their homes, which they refused to leave, and in the shelters they had fled to. We were right in the midst of the battles. Ever since the Ukrainian incursion in August 2024, Arabiya was exposed, just as it was while covering the Ukrainian incursion, to the dangers of Ukrainian weapons, while covering the path of Kursk's liberation. Kursk is the Russian region that Ukrainian forces entered in an attempt to shift the balance of power in a war that has been going on for more than 3 years, where the Ukrainian army occupied it and advanced deep into Russian territory. As we were the first to cover the events that shook Kursk, we followed everything from the very beginning. To get the most accurate details, we went to the commander of the Special Chechen Akhmat Forces, General Abdi Alaudinov. Given the importance of this figure on the battlefield in the Russian army, the road to him was surrounded by complete secrecy, both regarding the location and timing of the meeting.
A NATO military staff committee prepared an operation to occupy the nuclear power plant and the city of Kurchatov, where this station is located, by encircling Kursk and Belgorod. This meant that this entire area to fall under the control of armed Ukrainian groups, according to NATO's plan.
The Ukrainian forces' incursion into Russian territory led to massive waves of displacement, large numbers. Temporary shelters received tens of thousands of citizens who had left their homes. The greatest difficulties were in evacuating people with special needs, the chronically ill, and the elderly who need constant medical care.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear. She is 95 years old.
Waves of displaced people continue to arrive at shelters, fleeing the danger of the ongoing battles, while medical teams check the newcomers.
I was in a coma. My blood sugar rose above 600. Yes, I went into a coma because my medicine ran out.
The affected people did not hide their anger toward the authorities in Kyiv and spoke about Ukrainian drones that tormented them day and night and turned their lives into hell because of their sheer numbers in the area where they lived.
The situation is bad. The drones are hovering above us. Here we are. They are bombing us heavily. The drones are flying. I didn't know where to go. I lost my mind. As soon as I hear gunfire, I can't sleep. Where can I escape to? Where should I go?
Ukrainian drones were targeting everything that moved on Kursk's territory for fear of the Russian response.
A large number of villages and towns have been liberated and cleared. Work on this axis is still ongoing in all circumstances.
Aid continued to flow successively from various Russian regions to those affected in Kursk.
No housing, no shelter, no help at all. We survived thanks to my husband who works. We rented a place and managed to stay however we could.
The Ukrainian incursion left behind many displaced people who suffered from losing their shelter and sources of income. On the other hand, the Ukrainian advance prompted a rapid response from Russian forces to stop it and regain control of the situation.
When we reached Kursk province on the Sudzha axis, there was no unit to confront the enemy. No unit had faced the enemy, because it had succeeded in breaching the defense lines along the border and managed to occupy a wide area in Kursk province. It even came within 15-20 kilometers of the city of Kursk.
Курской области, и он от Курска находился там в каких-то там 15, даже 20 километрах.
Kyiv was counting on forcing the Russian command to move its forces from Donbas toward Kursk, which would allow the Ukrainian army to regain the territories it had lost on the fronts. But the Russian winds blew against what the Ukrainian ships desired. Ukraine. Russia continued its advance, and mobilization was carried out from all parts of the Russian Federation to confront the situation in Kursk. This enabled the fighting forces on the Donetsk front to seize larger areas, because the Ukrainian Army Command had thrown its elite forces into Kursk in an attempt to move the battlefield into the Russian interior.
We launched large winged drones in addition to small drones to specifically cover the front sectors. Our 2 drone units, they specifically highlighted the size and movement of enemy convoys. At that point, we organized our lines on the Martinovka axis, and thus we, as Akhmat forces, stood directly in the face of the cannon. We were the ones who stopped the enemy's first convoys.
Russian reinforcements arrived successively in Kursk territory, and the confrontation began between the Russian army and Ukrainian forces in order to stop the latest expansion inside the province. Russian fighter jets filled the skies of the region around the clock, dropping glide bombs that inflicted heavy losses on the Ukrainian army in lives and equipment.
The enemy threw everything. He had to limit our strength. He was throwing large numbers of his elements daily in an attempt to breach our lines. But as we see, over 7 months, the enemy was unable to create any breach in our forces, the forces of Akhmat.
And indeed, the general revealed to us some of the secret correspondence between NATO officers that Russian intelligence agencies managed to intercept, which highlight the role of the Chechen Akhmat forces in standing against attempts of Ukrainian advance in Kursk and foiling the approved plans.
Thanks to the Akhmat forces, a great deal was done in general. I don't want to go into details.
The Russian army began to limit the advance of Ukrainian forces and succeeded in encircling the areas controlled by the Ukrainian army at the last point in the depth and on both flanks of the contact line.
At the beginning, the number of populated areas they occupied exceeded 80 settlements. They couldn't hold this area, so they advanced to new territory.
In October 2024, operations to repel the forces began, and the Russian army started liberating towns and villages one after another. While maintaining the positions it had taken after, it managed to form a defensive line that besieges the Ukrainian forces from 3 sides, leaving them only the western withdrawal route to Sumy province, from which they had entered. We head to the town of Kazakia, Lochnia, with the Chechen Akhmat forces that participated in its liberation. This town witnessed fierce battles between the Russian and Ukrainian armies after the Russian army intensified its efforts to liberate several towns and cities in Kursk province. After expelling the Ukrainian forces from the town of Kazakia Lochnia, which we entered days after the Russians took control, the military warned us of the danger of the mines the Ukrainians left behind, probably to hinder the advance of Russian forces and facilitate their withdrawal.
Why is attention drawn to the need for caution before taking any step here? This is because the Ukrainian army violates all internationally recognized laws and conventions by using prohibited weapons against infantry units known as butterflies. Mines of this size are difficult to notice among the grass. They are very small, but capable of amputating a foot. There are many weapons that the North Atlantic Alliance used to support Ukrainian forces, and these weapons were found on the ground of this province where Ukrainian fighters left them behind and withdrew to other areas.
We positioned in Soldatskoye, then headed to Cherkasskoye Porechnoi, where fierce clashes are taking place. We succeeded in repelling this attack over 2 full months. Then we advanced toward Martinovka, where we fortified along the main road.
In the towns recaptured by the Russian army, the Ukrainians left behind large numbers of their dead following the bloody confrontations, at a time when some civilians refused to leave their homes and flee with the Ukrainian forces toward Kyiv. Many destroyed houses and military equipment left behind by the Ukrainian army. Of course, it must be noted that this town was inhabited by thousands of citizens who were displaced during the Ukrainian incursion or the Ukrainian advance at the beginning of the crisis in August of last year. And when the Russian army returned to retake this town, about 180 citizens were living in it and were evacuated. And only about 6 people remained in this town no more. It is clear how brutal this war is, but I prefer to hear from you what happened to you.
I became like this. My house burned down, so I took refuge with my brother.
Why didn't you leave despite the explosions we hear?
I didn't leave because I decided to stay on my land, in my village.
Among your relatives, did you lose anyone?
My brother disappeared when he went to work on the 6th of August and never returned after that. But thank God, our soldiers told me they found him alive and in good health.
After the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from most towns in Kursk and their entrenchment in the border city of Sudzha and its suburbs, the Russian advance froze and the battles of attack and counterattack continued until the beginning of March 2025.
Indeed, the enemy entrenched across all areas of Kursk province. What can I say? They brought their elite forces and reinforcements from NATO. The United States brought all of this.
Every time the enemy tried to seize more territory, he failed. And in the end, we tightened the noose around him in a specific area. We were forced to stay there for a longer period in a back and forth within the framework of a line between 2 and 3 kilometers. We would advance, then retreat, which resulted in them suffering heavy losses. In just 1 month, their losses reached up to 10,000 personnel.
Qualitative and surprising turning point after a unique operation that caught the Ukrainian fighters. Through the infiltration of Russian forces via the giant gas pipelines that had been disabled by the battles, allowing them to reach the rear lines of the Ukrainian forces and completely encircling them.
The fighters started to draft a plan and worked on using the pipe in the operation. Regarding the distance which separates the start point and end point is 15.7 kilometers. The operation forced our soldiers to wrap themselves with certain ribbons, similar to what the Ukrainian soldiers do. Then the soldiers came out from the back lines, which caused enemy soldiers to panic. They even rushed running anywhere they can, wearing their underwear or shorts or even flip-flops. The surprise aspect had an important effect.
The unique gas pipeline operation lasted 6 days. Those who carried it out were able to cross in 2 days, but waited 4 more days until the other units arrived before launching the attack, in order to tighten control and the siege from the front and rear of the city.
The plan set by Ala Aldinov, which is called the Pipes, when Ahmad's soldiers slipped through the back lines, caused enemy soldiers to run away from the battlefield.
We're on the lookout and confronted the enemy's attempts to advance on our lands. Our efforts were not limited to repelling the enemy only, but went beyond that by repelling his forces so that he would retreat to the positions from which he had infiltrated.
The Russian army expanded the encirclement of the city of Sudzha through the infiltration operation via the pipelines at the same time that the ground forces were carrying out their assault on the city. The Ukrainian forces lost their most important positions and some surrounding towns and withdrew to the border villages with Sumy province, leaving behind vehicles and equipment and thousands of casualties between killed and captured.
At first they came from the war committees and from police departments with draft notices for military service. If someone failed to report, he would face a financial fine. Then they threatened with imprisonment. I'm not sure I could have continued. They selected some capable people, about 20 individuals. As for me, I am just an ordinary soldier. In fact, most of those who accompanied me in this training course had not originally undergone military service. No. I was injured while I was in Britain. That's why I spent most of the training time sitting and did not participate in it.
The battles of Kursk resulted in thousands of dead, wounded, and prisoners on both sides, yet the defeated side always suffers the greater losses in equipment and leaves Russia alone transferred from Kursk 6,000 Ukrainian bodies without compensation, as a positive step from the Russian side.
Each side will claim that its losses are few and that the enemy suffered greater losses as a participant in the event from the inside. But as an eyewitness, I can confirm to you, regardless of how it may appear, that the losses of Akhmat forces were indeed limited.
We entered the city of Sudzha with the Imam of the Chechen Akhmat forces, who is working on evacuating the citizens who refused to flee to Kyiv before the Russian army recaptured the city. Let us document the situation up close from the hottest points of confrontation.
Young men gather people from the villages, and sometimes do so under drone and artillery shelling. This puts their lives at risk. We are extremely grateful to them. We are very thankful to them.
Inside the city, those who could escape the shells and drones fled from Sudzha to safe areas in Russia at the beginning of the crisis, while those who could not leave remained under Ukrainian forces' control.
They were roaming among us here since early October and boasting that they would hold a referendum for the residents of the Sudzha area and the entire Kursk province on their desire to join Ukraine.
Electronic jamming has become one of the most important defense methods against drones, and positioning systems securing protection for stationed units and vehicles carrying jamming devices. Of course, a drone in the upper area. The devices detect the drones that make us run from these drones that may put us at risk in this coverage. Snipers load their ammunition in preparation to fire at the drones that are hovering over Sudzha. A shell falling now near us, and the Russian soldiers trying to hunt the drones. This is shrapnel scattered from the shell, constantly in this border area. On the Kursk front, we are talking about the city of Sudzha, the last city of Sudzha, on the border with Ukraine's Sumy province. from the first line of confrontation, from point 0. The Ukrainian forces' insistence on holding the areas they occupied led to more suffering for the residents amid mutual shelling. The Ukrainians withdrew to the villages adjacent to Sumy, destroying the bridges behind them so that the Russian army could not catch up with them. This is the bridge that separates the eastern part of Sudzha from the western part, where Ukrainian military convoys used to move. And clashes began in the heart of Sudzha with the encirclement of the fighters, which tipped the balance in favor of the Russian army, which took full control of Sudzha. The destruction of the bridges pushed those working on civilian evacuation to intensify their efforts and take risks by crossing the river to transport those stranded on the other bank, on foot under shelling and drone attacks. The random Ukrainian shelling affected everyone here in Sudzha and its suburbs, leaving victims destruction and displaced people, including the disabled Svetlana, whose last moments in Sudzha were captured by Al Arabiya's camera before her evacuation from the heart of danger.
I am disabled. I don't know what to say. My daughter takes care of me. We had everything. Our tables were full. We had tea. I never went hungry. The windows were shattered in the room adjacent to the hallway. Our apartment has 3 rooms. A shell penetrated the roof of the house. My daughter was hit by 6 fragments.
Volunteers of the Popular Front transported the elderly disabled Svetlana to the nearest evacuation point, to transport her to safe areas, far from the shelling. Shells falling near the evacuation point forced everyone to take cover from the horror of the shelling, leaving Svetlana to face her fate on the ground. At the same time, an injured man came running asking for help. Doctor. Here's the doctor, accompanying us.
I saw them. They were stealing and looting, then burning everything. They were all bandits who came from Sumy, relatives with their cars, and stole everything, even underwear, with crosses on their faces. They were the savages. Do you understand? What wonderful people there, like butter on bread. They were ready to flatter in the most vile and despicable ways just for a piece of bread under the second occupation. And all of them are wonderful when they beat people to death or prevent the burial of the dead. For some they are kind. For me, these people cannot be kind.
The disabled Svetlana was transferred to the city of Kursk for medical care, and she was lucky. Unlike many who died in Sudzha or lost their loved ones due to the shelling, that did not stop even after the Ukrainian forces withdrew from the city and its suburbs. Shells and rockets falling from nearby Ukrainian forces near the city of Sudzha until this moment, and civilians are terrified, and fear and panic hang over the entire area. Move away, move away. Get inside, drone. How do you distinguish your enemy's drones? Russian drones fly with red tape stickers, while enemy drones have no stickers. Also, our drones fly at low altitude, while enemy drones fly higher. This is not one of ours. Drones have become the masters of the situation in modern battles, and the rules of the game have changed, where their use has spread in this war, pushing both armies to form teams for drone control and others for defensive interception to reduce their risks, where neutralizing them has become an urgent priority. Extreme fear and caution as drones fly at low altitude. The Ukrainian forces are a few kilometers away from our position in villages. I hit it. It fell. It fell. Move away. The luggage is burning. What is burning there? The things are burning. We need water. Don't touch anything. Be careful. Did the luggage burn? Yes. Yes. Move the ammunition away. Explain to me what you have in your hand.
This is an OS4 from enemy drones, a suicide one. It flies using optical fibers, which allows it to stay outside the jamming range, and it can hit the target from a greater distance. One can say that with these devices, they are killing us.
How does the drone drop bombs?
One way, unmanned aircraft. As you see here, the shell is fixed, and here are the optical fibers. And while it flies, it releases these fibers. The camera spots the target, dives on it, then explodes. With a mixture of explosives or any incendiary material, which causes shrapnel of varying sizes depending on the type of explosive material. The larger the materials, the more terrifying their effect.
There it is. Wait, wait, wait. The sniper tries to shoot down the drones before they hit their targets, but some of them explode even after being shot down. They seek to find us, detect our positions, and then destroy them. So it is better to blow them up. That is why our eyes are always fixed on the sky. Everyone is afraid, and we are also afraid, but we have no choice. To return home alive and with the hope that everything ends peacefully.
Military operation management has changed now, a different military template from what is known. Drones, and specifically combat formations based on electronics, have come to occupy the most important position because it has become impossible to conduct any combat operations without a highly advanced drone unit. And this is an important point. If you have a very advanced drone unit, this automatically means your opponent has the same capabilities too. So you must have an advanced radio-electronic unit to be able to counter enemy drones. These two components complement each other, and they are in continuous competition.
In this place, the residents who remained in the city of Sudzha gather for their evacuation, where volunteer teams and the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations arrive to evacuate civilians since the Russians took control of the city, and they are transported daily. As individual cases or groups sometimes, the number of displaced people who reached the city of Kursk exceeded 500 displaced people, including the sick and elderly and people with special needs, in addition to those injured by rocket shrapnel and shells of the bloody battles. Volunteer teams linked to the Russian army, as well as the Ministry of Emergency Situations and social institutions, are working on evacuating the civilians who remained in the city of Sudzha and its suburbs.
Let the lady get inside, brother. Let the grandmother stay in her place. This is your place, Grandma. Yes, sit in your places. As for you, get in.
How many people did you evacuate today?
Today, 6 people. And the work is still ongoing. We will send 3 people now. And here, the car has arrived. As you see, there was an attempt to target us with a drone. At this time, the situation is dangerous. Since the shelling is ongoing, we are working to evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. And you too, be as careful as possible. You saw how a drone was shot down.
As we entered the area, we came across an old woman who told us her house was destroyed by a Ukrainian missile.
Right here in this spot, the fire was blazing. Artyom was trying to extinguish it.
It is clear the house was completely destroyed, yet the lady is still here taking care of the sheep and chickens, refusing to go to Kyiv with the Ukrainians or even to evacuate to Kursk after the Russian army entered. The imam managed to convince the lady whose house was destroyed to leave dangerous Sudzha and head to safe areas toward Kursk. He promised to take care of her animals until the crisis ends and reconstruction begins, so she can return to her home. She agreed and left with him, reassured, even falling asleep safely on the way. And so, the evacuation of citizens from dangerous areas continued in Kursk to safe areas. Vehicles arrived successively from the city of Sudzha, transporting stranded displaced civilians in the city to safe areas in Kursk province.
For 8 whole months we struggled to get any heating. We would cut trees to get firewood and put it in the stove to cook whatever food we could to stay alive. The Ukrainians treated us badly. Even the water we got from the river, they put barbed wire on it to prevent us from reaching it. And finally, we started to feel some joy when the shelling decreased. The shelling was continuous, including with drones. They were bombing civilians.
The main and decisive confrontations were in the first 2 days. After that, the enemy fled from the confrontation, so all that remained for us was to pursue his trail, clear the area, and advance. There were 3 towns that remained in the enemy's grip. What they did was they directed bombers towards Sudzha and nearby towns to continuously bomb our forces in an attempt to target our forces and limit our advance.
How far are the Ukrainian forces from Soyda city? I think we managed to repel them outside the border village. Black smoke is rising. Are they hitting this area? The border is not far, in principle, and long-range shells can hit the adjacent areas near the outskirts of Sumy. So we are close to Sumy's border. The turn towards Sumy is close from here. Didn't you see it on your way here? It is possible to head to Sumy from here. Most likely they are shelling us from there.
The cells that we have not yet eliminated, whether Akhmat forces or others, are still retreating towards Sumy province and to liberate Kursk. Only a few villages and towns remain, which means that clearing the area is only a matter of time and nothing more.
The Ukrainian forces' entrenchment inside Kursk province near Sumy pushed the Russian president to visit the province, directing his fighting forces to defeat the enemies and complete control over the entire territory of the region.
Our first mission in the current situation is to completely destroy the enemy as quickly as possible after he entrenched himself in the lands of Kursk.
The border between Ukraine and Russia, and here we are talking about Sumy province and Kursk province. Shells are falling continuously from the nearest points on the border confrontation line between Russia and Ukraine in Kursk province, where continuous fighting and non-stop shelling between the Russian and Ukrainian armies. The Russian army is advancing to liberate the entire Kursk province, while the Ukrainian army is trying to withdraw completely from Kursk province. It is also trying to infiltrate the other side south of Kursk toward Belgorod province. The battles continued, and Russian fighters along with North Korean forces increased pressure on the positions where the Ukrainian army was entrenched on the outskirts of Sumy province, until the Ukrainian forces were gradually expelled from the towns where they had entrenched themselves.
The units that were at the forefront, some of them from paratrooper units, were directed to liberate the 3 towns we mentioned. I can say here that they performed excellently and succeeded in uprooting the enemy completely from the area. This was done in coordination with an infantry unit and a paratrooper unit.
On April 26, 2025, the head of the Russian General Staff announced full control over all territories of Kursk province.
To the Comrade Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, today the last town in Kursk province was liberated from Ukrainian military units, and thus the complete destruction operation of the units of the Ukrainian armed forces that invaded Kursk was completed.
After the army liberated the entire territory of Kursk, it continued to infiltrate inside Ukrainian territory, controlling several towns in Sumy province to create a buffer zone, with battles continuing until now to push the danger away from Russian territory, especially since the Ukrainian forces infiltrated Belgorod province and are trying to return to Kursk territory.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Joey Hood, who is the former US ambassador to Tunisia. He was also the Chargé d'Affaires and Deputy Chief of Mission at the US Embassy in Baghdad and has served in several posts, including Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. He joins us from DC. Ambassador Hood, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've heard in the last few hours, really, from the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He says, we're still willing to negotiate, and we've seen Iran talking again to mediators in Islamabad, but not showing any signs of backing down. Who's on the back foot at this stage?
Well, I think both countries are on the back foot. I think that it was a strategic mistake to launch the war in the first place, especially without consulting the Gulf Arab governments. But then the Iranians decided to reply with their own strategic mistake by attacking the Gulf countries with such force, particularly. They haven't kept their targets just constrained to U.S. military assets, but they've now expanded to include U.S. interests, according to their spokespeople. So desalination plants and electricity plants, gas-producing facilities. They say that these have ties to American companies and therefore are legitimate targets. I don't think that that's exactly why they're targeting these things. I think what they're doing is they're now trying to replace their former forward defense policy, where they supported militias in places like Lebanon and Yemen and Iraq to keep the war far from their borders, to now trying to take actual control over the economies of the Gulf countries via their control of the Strait, and therefore deciding what the foreign policy and the security cooperation arrangements that these countries will have.
Okay, I mean, on the one hand, as I said at the beginning, Marco Rubio saying we're willing to negotiate. I mean, President Trump gave a totally different message yesterday. He said he had, quote, no interest in meeting. I mean, mixed messages. Which is it, do you think?
No, I think the United States knows, even Donald Trump knows, that a negotiated solution is the only way out of this current conflict. If it could have been won militarily, he would be seeing signs of that already, especially after having done such major damage to the defense industrial base and the leadership in Iran. So I think that we have to listen to what Secretary Rubio says. Is he's a lot more consistent than President Trump is in his rhetoric. And when he says that that the United States is open to continued negotiations, I think that's true. Now, are the Iranians open to negotiation? That's not clear, either from their actions or from their words. Like I said before, they clearly seem to want to maintain control of the Strait of Hormuz in order to exercise suzerainty over the Gulf states, meaning that the Gulf states can continue to decide their domestic policies, but when it comes to foreign policy and defense policy, that'll run through Tehran.
I mean, President Trump presumably has different voices, different people telling him different things, and he has to then weigh up those opinions. The Hawks will be telling him, finish the job, and we've spoken to people who've, maintained that line of argument in the last 24 hours or so on this channel. Then there'll be the Doves who are telling him that, call it quits before this really spirals out of control. Which of those voices do you think is most present, and which is most audible, do you think, in the president's universe?
Well, I think he has shown himself capable of listening to both at the same time. Unlike previous presidents, he's shown an unprecedented willingness to negotiate and talk to actors that other presidents wanted to keep at arm's length. I'm thinking of North Korea here, for instance. Even Iran, he's been willing to contemplate greater concessions to Tehran than many of the most recent previous presidents have been willing to do. He's set out a vision of Iran rejoining the region and the world financially, economically, and there being some sort of a security arrangement that would keep Iran stable and safe as long as it operates like a normal government. So far, Tehran has not been interested in that deal. They also don't believe Donald Trump when he says that that's what his vision is, because he's attacked them twice in the middle of negotiations. So that's understandable. But again, I don't think that we find our way out of this conflict. Even the Doves would not want to find their way out of this conflict in a way that leaves Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, all the shipping that goes through it, and therefore the economies of most, if not all of the Gulf countries, plus Iraq.
I mean, what's clear is that the longer this conflict goes on, the more it broadens and the more Iran wants to drag in as many actors as possible. And we've seen plenty of examples of that. Is this a risk the US is willing to accept, do you think? And by the US, I mean the Trump administration.
Well, it's actually not a risk to the United States. It's a benefit, unfortunately, because the Iranians, by attacking everyone else, is just gaining enmity from them. You know this because you don't see any governments around the world issuing statements in support of Iran, its positions, its attacks, its control of the Strait. And in fact, what you hear is quite the opposite. So I think that the more Iran does this, the more that a global coalition will form, not led by the United States, but led regionally, that will seek to put more pressure on Tehran economically, especially, and diplomatically, in order to break this grip that they have been exerting over the Strait. Now, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen in 2 weeks or 2 months. It could even be 2 years. These governments are not pleased with Donald Trump and his decisions and his lack of coordination, so they may very well wait until he is out of the White House. There are governments in the Gulf region, particularly, that don't want to be seen as doing Israel's bidding. So they may wait until Prime Minister Netanyahu is out of office and there's a new Israeli government to deal with. And there's been more time between the initial U.S. and Israeli attack and the attacks squarely on the Gulf countries.
Do you think there's a risk that later on down the line, and when the dust has settled from this conflict, there'll be a review by countries in the region that I'm speaking to you from, and a review in the sense that US bases on their territory might start to look more like liabilities than assets?
Well, I think that review is long overdue, actually. Much of what we have had in the Gulf countries was a result of the liberation of Kuwait in 1991. And obviously, the threat has very much changed. When I was still in government, sometimes I would ask in an exasperated way, are we really expecting zombie Saddam to resurrect and, invade these countries? Why are we still set up as if we were fighting Saddam Hussein? We need to adapt and evolve. And now this crisis absolutely pushes all of these countries and the United States to have to do some of that rethinking. Now, that doesn't mean that these countries are going to say, out with the United States. The partnership with America, especially over the past 35 years or so, has brought great benefits to the Gulf countries. The GDPs of Saudi Arabia and UAE alone grew by a factor of 10. Qatar grew by a factor of more than 30 times. And that's separate from the cultural exchanges, all of the schools, the universities, the students. And so all of that has happened in close partnership with the United States economically and at the security level as well. I don't think the Gulf countries are going to want to just throw that out because of this conflict with Iran. There is diversification of their partnerships that has been going on for quite a while, and that's understandable. If Ukraine, for example, has some of the best battlefield-tested air defense systems, then why wouldn't they purchase those from Ukraine, just as an example?
Just looking at the rest of the world, do you think the legacy of this conflict that we're in now is going to be perhaps a shift in the minds of people in the rest of the world on how they view the US?
Yes, I think that the fact that Donald Trump was elected once could have been seen as an aberration by people around the world, that, democracies don't always get it right. And there was, popular sentiment that led to it. And people didn't get the president that they were necessarily expecting. But then his reelection in 2024, I think, probably does change thinking around the world, that American voters, because American voters knew what they were getting and they voted for him anyway. So I think alliances, partnerships will be much more transactional. Countries around the world will probably be looking for more guarantees that make it more difficult for the United States to go back on commitments that it makes. And that means that the Congress is going to have to become much more involved, because the most binding partnership that you have with another country is a treaty, and that requires approval by the Congress. So it would require Congress to actually step up and do its job in foreign policy, which it's been very reluctant to do in the past couple of decades.
Let's talk about how this is viewed domestically. I mean, this war is clearly unpopular in the United States. We've spoken to lots of seasoned diplomats who've been critical about the planning, critical about the absence of strategy. 18 US service people have been killed so far, and some of their bodies are arriving back in the US today. And we were saying at the beginning of the program how this war has cost the US taxpayer at least $37.5 billion US dollars, and that number is certainly set to rise. And not to mention the fact petrol at more than $4 a gallon in the US, and that's hurting consumers. How damaging politically has this been for President Trump?
I don't think Donald Trump needs to worry about how damaging it's been for him politically. I don't think he cares about that very much. Number one, because he's not up for election again. Number two, because he has quite a strong grip over the Republican Party, and this war doesn't seem to be loosening that at all. So what he's negotiating with right now is mostly his legacy. He wants to be able to be known as the president who not only ended Iran's nuclear program, but then also ended the overall enmity between the United States and Iran after 47 years. Remember, he, just like I, remember very, very well the takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979 and the holding of our diplomats hostage for 444 days. That fundamentally changed the strategy of the United States and the United States military. And I think it had a very big emotional and psychological effect on people who were alive at the time, including Donald Trump. And so I think he wants to be seen as the president who actually not just got vengeance for that, but put to rest the threat that that would ever happen again.
Just in terms of where you see events heading to from here, how you see things unfolding. President Trump says that Iran's nuclear facilities at Natanz could be targeted pretty soon. He's also said that for every ship that doesn't get through the Strait of Hormuz, the US will target either a power station or a bridge, or words to that effect. How do you see the next chapter of this conflict unfolding?
Donald Trump speaks very hyperbolically, and so you can't necessarily take him at his word, other than to understand that he intends on continuing the military campaign. And there are still targets, there are dual-use targets that the military can hit that still would not be considered a war crime by most lawyers if the infrastructure is actually used in a proportional way for military purposes. So there are still plenty of military targets he could go after, but what would be the effect? Certainly it would make it more difficult for Iran to continue its aggression against the Gulf countries and against shipping, but it wouldn't end its ability. So again, he must be counting on this to put enough pressure economically and militarily on the regime to do what Khomeini did in 1988 and capitulate and agree to a ceasefire and some sort of an accommodation that everyone can live with. That's the only thing I can see coming out of this current strategy. But I think if we're going to find a negotiated solution, it's going to have to be led by countries of the region, even while they're under fire. Let me remind viewers that it's almost impossible to find in diplomatic history other examples in which one party to a negotiation consistently bombs the mediators, which it's been doing with Qatar and with Oman. You note that it doesn't do so with Pakistan. And so it may be that Pakistan needs to provide a little bit more muscle to the mediation so that Qatar and its diplomats can have more space to actually get more progress, especially with Tehran.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. And in fact, while you've been talking, Iran's military is saying that they will retaliate against regional infrastructure if indeed their own infrastructure is targeted by the Trump administration. Just to wrap up this conversation, we've talked about how things might unfold on the battlefield, but in terms of the timing of all of this, what sort of a time frame we're looking at? One poll I saw before crossing to you, a Reuters Ipsos poll, says that 4 out of 5 Americans expect this war to drag on for an extended period. I don't know how long an extended period is. Do you expect it to drag on?
I do. This conflict has been going on since 1979, for 47 years. And I don't see any indication that the new leaders in Tehran are interested in Iran becoming more of a normal government and a normal presence in the region. So that means they'll continue attacking the mediators. They'll continue attacking diplomacy all while saying that they're open to negotiated settlements. They also are already hitting infrastructure in the Gulf countries, desalination plants, energy stations, and so forth. And they're saying, but these are U.S. interests because they are linked to American companies. Well, if that's their standard, then they're going to be viewing virtually anything in the Gulf as a legitimate target because the United States has been so involved in the development of the economies of these countries.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on the program. Ambassador Joey Hood, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
President Trump speaking there alongside President Aoun, who expressed his gratitude to his hosts, saying that he is optimistic that the framework agreement with Israel could bring an end to the war once and for all. He also said that the Lebanese parliamentary speaker, Nabih Berri, who is from southern Lebanon, is, quote, very supportive of the efforts he and President Trump are making. Well, let's bring into the conversation Ronnie Shatter, who is a political analyst and host of the Beirut Banyan. Ronnie, great to have you back with us on the program. I always enjoy our conversations. And this is an important one because President Aoun's White House meeting with President Trump on Tuesday seemed to go well. And it shows, doesn't it, that your country is very close to the top of his administration's agenda. As well as the clip we just played there, we heard President Trump vowing to help Lebanon a lot. He called Lebanon a beautiful land. Are you encouraged?
Symbolically, yes. In other words, it's a good day for Lebanon when an American president is this concerned about a country that's not usually this high level of priority for any American administration. And it's actually a relief, more than just what Trump is saying, and forget his bluster for a moment, whether it's good or bad. It's a relief to see Lebanon's president speaking about Lebanese national interest in the White House with Donald Trump directly, and not the Iranian regime or what's left of it speaking on behalf of Lebanon, which could have happened. There are two tracks, the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran that seems to be fading, if not dead, and the trilateral agreement that was produced in Washington with Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, and Lebanon's ambassador to the U.S., who was in the room, and of course, Lebanon's president, now in the White House, speaking about national sovereignty and stability that's good for Lebanon. If I can just add one more thing here, the last time, or the last several times, Lebanese high-level officials showed up in the White House, prime ministers or presidents, it was to actually re-establish a status quo that's bad for Lebanon. Stability is not always good for this country. Stability could also preserve sub-state weapons. Lebanon's president today is speaking about a stability that's actually good at ending conflict, not just with Israel, but ending the potential for a return to conflict, which means disarming all sub-state groups. He highlighted one thing which impressed me. He referred to 1975. When the Lebanese army broke down and collapsed, when Palestinian armed factions were able to bring war to Lebanon with Fatah land in the south. This is 50 years ago, but it's important. A Lebanese president is speaking about ending that type of arrangement, not preserving it. This, for me, is much more positive and much more important than what Trump likes to impress and Trump likes to flatter. I'm not so convinced about his flattery or his language. I'd rather see good policy, and I'm impressed for the moment that we have high-level officials speaking that language directly to the U.S. president.
Okay, Ronnie, I mean, I appreciate that there was plenty of symbolism there, but there is as well concrete action, and there is action and results on the ground unfolding before our eyes. You've got the first three of these so-called pilot zones in southern Lebanon, control of them being handed over to the Lebanese armed forces, a big test for the LAF. There are, of course, about 147 other zones that could be handed over at a later stage. Do you see the Lebanese armed forces passing this test?
It is too premature to suggest that this is a success story from the start. And I don't want to pour cold water on what are positive signs. it is good to see the pilot zone project taking shape. This is the security annex for the trilateral agreement, and this is meant to bolster Lebanese armed forces in the south and do two things at once, which is very difficult: convince the Israelis to not just redeploy, but to quit Lebanon altogether, and make sure Hezbollah does not re-inherit anything the Lebanese state is responsible for. We have not passed that test yet. It's too early. But that said, the emphasis is there. And that's good, because the emphasis has to be there. For this to never happen again, you have to ensure that not just the Israelis quit, but that there's no Iranian capability for using Lebanon ever again. And I'll add something here. There are other positive gestures. This includes a resumption of direct flights between the US and Lebanon, between New York and Beirut. The last time there was this type of arrangement was in 1985. And it's actually not that long ago in Lebanese history, and in American history too, that Beirut was associated with hijackings. And a TWA flight that was hijacked and brought to Beirut, that type of scenario can always happen when you have a sub-state group that's left armed. We have not solved the issue that prevents hijackings from returning. You have to prevent all types of hijackings. Sorry to use the metaphor here, not just airlines, but state policy, foreign policy, all types of security. Lebanon is not free yet from the bad arrangement that it found itself in the 1980s, and we're not there. I want to see concrete steps moving fast, not short, because if it's too short and it doesn't work, attention span falls flat. And I don't think Trump is any different than any other American administration or president could abandon Lebanon if it becomes too big of a headache. His focus, I think, remains on Iran. Lebanon comes and goes. But Lebanese national interest, at least for the moment, is being expressed in the White House. That's good news.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, clearly disarming Hezbollah, disbanding Hezbollah is one side of the coin. I mean, the other side of the coin, and I think you've already touched on this, is really making the Lebanese armed forces stronger and making them more able to fill any voids in the nation's security. And I was just thinking to myself, how hard can it be to help the Lebanese armed forces? Lebanon is a country that's the size of Boston. I mean, that's not a huge project, is it, for the United States to help? And then I was thinking about numbers. Does the Lebanese armed forces have enough people? And it certainly seems to, because 1 in every 62 people in Lebanon, if you look at the percentage, the number of people in the country, the number of people on reserve or in the armed forces, 1 in 62 people are in the armed forces. In America, it's 1 in every 160 Americans that are in the armed forces. So a much higher percentage of Lebanese people are engaged. So they've got the people. So what is it that they need? Is it the weaponry? Is it the training? Is it money?
I will take a moment to disagree with most Lebanese officials, the way they talk about excuses. In other words, whether it's arms, whether it's technical support, or whether it's anything, I think the Lebanese army is exactly what it should be. This is a group, an institution that's well respected, that's gifted at separating Lebanese groups when necessary, and when it has the political cover to do more, it does more. When it has the diplomatic cover, it can even neutralize the country. And you need that type of scenario to reemerge. It's not about weapons, it's not about salaries, and it's not about more than that. Lebanon will always be vulnerable to regional war, no matter how good or how bad the army is on a given day. Lebanon needs the type of international support that's much bigger than a sovereign army, at least when it comes to Lebanon. You have to have the country neutralized. For that to work, you have to have local aspirations for that to actually take shape. We have that at the moment. The Lebanese government is speaking that language. You need regional conditions to work better for Lebanon. We don't have that yet. Iran has not abandoned Lebanon's geography. Hezbollah remains not just an Iranian proxy, but one under direct command today from Tehran. Then you need to have international support, which has yet to materialize. You need a serious summit for Lebanon that not just enshrines neutrality and the neutralization of the country, but gives the government the chance to reestablish and regain lost sovereignty. The Lebanese army alone will never be able to tackle Iran in Lebanon. It's an impossible dream. It simply won't happen. No Lebanese institution can go after the largest paramilitary project seen in modern history and the most advanced terrorist network known to man. The Lebanese army is not equipped to do that, and it should not be equipped to do that. This is an international problem for Lebanon. I think a much more serious road would be to raise the stakes and make Lebanon that type of burden, not on ourselves, but on the region and the world at large, because the country needs help. It would be very difficult to imagine any other scenario working in favor for this country. I know Lebanese officials like to blame weapons for this, whether it's certain prime ministers, certain leaders, certain ministers, it doesn't really matter. Weapons are not the point. You need serious, proactive diplomacy that dislodges Iran from the country. Otherwise, it won't work.
One of the other big headlines to emerge from the Oval Office in those talks yesterday evening was this offer by President Trump to speak to Hezbollah directly. And that's something that's never happened before, and it's a fairly remarkable development. Were it to happen, do you see it changing much?
I personally believe this is just bluster. I don't see the Trump administration yet moving in the direction of direct talks with Hezbollah. But that said, the Trump administration is talking to the Iranian regime, whether it's indirectly or directly. And there could be a scenario where this ends with some type of dialogue that ensures Lebanon's national interest is at heart. But I think Trump likes to speak a language that's outrageous, eccentric, and sometimes it's in both directions at once. I don't see as of now any direct communication necessary for the Trump administration, because if that were the case, we would be living under the MOU's arrangement with Iran, where the Americans can talk to Iran directly about Lebanon. Here you have something else, which is, I think, the more comprehensive, serious, and perhaps long-lasting project, which is the outcome of the trilateral agreement elevating the Lebanese government's position. That's a good sign. But I wouldn't put it past Trump to then do something that can run contrary to this as well. I will not put it past him. But what I see happening instead is Trump using a language that oftentimes lands in intermediaries, meaning the last time he suggested that he was talking to Hezbollah, he was talking to Amal group members and intermediaries, allies with Hezbollah. I could see him doing that again. And that's because everyone talks to any intermediary when it comes to Hezbollah if they need to. But direct talks, I don't see it happening right now.
Okay, I mean, with regards to how to go about disbanding Hezbollah, President Trump has once again floated that idea of bringing Syria into the equation. We've talked about this before, and, you know, from what I can gather from talking to you and from talking to Syrians, is that that is a scenario neither the Lebanese nor the Syrians would welcome at all. And when that was floated in front of President Aoun yesterday, the Lebanese president didn't say anything. Does that tell us something?
Says a lot that Trump himself is still using this kind of suggestion. Although he's backtracked a bit, he now refers to it as a concept. The good news is that I doubt anyone in that room, with the exception of Donald Trump, even considers this to be a sound policy. And the better news is that both Lebanese and Syrian officials reject it repeatedly. I sense this is more Trump applying pressure rather than trying to actually seriously find a way for the Syrian regime to re-enter Lebanon. This, if it were to happen, it would be one of the most strategic blunders U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. I don't see it happening. What I do see is Trump using language that flatters, that condemns, that sometimes celebrates and at other times insults. I think he uses that kind of barometer for many things. I don't think the Syrians will re-enter Lebanon, at least with America's blessing, anytime soon. If that were to happen, it would move in the completely opposite direction of what the trilateral agreement is trying to achieve as well. This is not about any other foreign country reinvesting itself in Lebanon. It's about propping up the Lebanese government and making this country governable. I think that's where things are moving.
Okay, Ronnie Chatah, it's been a real pleasure talking to you, as it always is. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Political analyst, host of the Beirut Banyan podcast, Ronnie Chatah. Thank you very much again.
My pleasure as always.
We're joined now by Peter Kellner, who is a political commentator and co-founder of the polling organisation YouGov. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you. Let's talk a little bit about Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister of the UK. He is, of course, the former Mayor of Greater Manchester. He's got a decade and a half of experience as an MP. Do you think he's got what it takes to run the country?
Well, we'll see over the next few months. I mean, to people familiar with politics around the world, when you say he comes from was Mayor of Manchester, now Prime Minister, it sounds like a fairly orthodox route in many countries, that you build up your power and your experience in a particular part of a country and then transfer it to nationally. The thing about Andy Burnham is he was in Parliament 20 years ago, and he was indeed a government minister under Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, the last time Labour was in office. And in a sense, he went back to his roots in Manchester and the Northwest, became a very successful Mayor of Manchester, and is now on that, coming back to Britain. Now, I think there are two tests for any Prime Minister, to answer your question about whether he'll succeed. The first is a Prime Minister has to be a storyteller, get people to believe in what he wants to do for the country, come with him on a journey. And the second is policies that will actually make life better for people. Now, Andy Burnham has, I think, shown himself to be a very good storyteller, far better than Keir Starmer. And I think he has a good chance of persuading people to come with him on the journey. The problem is he doesn't have much money to spread around, because a lot of the things governments would like to do that people like having and are popular are where government spends money on their schools, on their hospitals, on cutting their taxes and so on. So Andy Burnham isn't going to have a lot of money, so he's going to rely, I think, certainly for the next 2 or 3 years, on his storytelling ability.
Tell us, for people who don't follow British politics very closely, I mean, clearly we're talking about a man who's become the 7th British Prime Minister since the year 2016. Where would you say he sits on the political spectrum? Is he at the far left, or is he somewhere towards the centre?
He's on the left, in the sense that anybody from the Labour Party is to the left, as the Conservatives or Reform. But where within the Labour Party spectrum, he's been either praised or accused at different times of being a Labour moderate, Labour soft left, and Labour hard left. I'm not sure any of those categories exactly apply. I think he's a radical in the sense that he wants things to change, but he's not ideological in the sense of wanting the state to do a great deal more and the private sector a great deal less. One of the things he did in Manchester was work very well with regional and local businesses. And he describes himself sometimes as a pro-business socialist. So straddling the ideological divide between the free market and state control. So I think he will be fairly pragmatic, and in particular on finances. I think he is going to accept that the international money markets simply won't allow him to be irresponsible with the nation's finances.
Yeah, he's got a tough job there, and we've already touched on the fact that he hasn't got an awful lot of money to play with, really. And just looking at the growth figures for British GDP, growth to the tune of 0.1% in May, a contraction of the same amount in April. How does he restore growth to the British economy?
That's the question not only for Andy Burnham, but for every significant politician and political party in Britain, and if I may say so, many other countries as well. I think the honest answer, it's a long, slow business. The things that will make a nation successful in the long run are to do with education, are to do with infrastructure, are to do with long-term investments. And these things cost money up front, and you get the benefits after a political career is over. And that's why I said I think he's got to be a storyteller. He's got to show he's doing the things that will eventually lead to bigger growth. And of course, faster growth is what every country wants. And I think it will be to con the electorate to say it'll be quick and easy. It'll be slow and it'll be difficult. That's why he's got to be a storyteller par excellence.
One thing that earned Sir Keir Starmer some criticism from the other side of the Atlantic was his reluctance to review a ban on North Sea oil and gas exploration. That would, of course, were it to be successful, bring in revenue. Do you see Andy Burnham revisiting that at all?
Well, he's indicated a small revision in a slight extension to the current permissions on oil fields. I don't know. I'm not at all sure whether he will go very much further. The last Labour manifesto ruled out going very much further. But it would not surprise me totally if he did allow a significant expansion, because Britain, like other countries, has to go through a period of transition towards net zero or anything like it. And my personal view is, in the end, the world will move to clean energy when as it's gradually doing now, because the economics of energy production go for clean energy rather than fossil fuels. So I'm not entirely sure that he'll stop oil companies and gas companies seeking more oil and gas, but they will have to take the risk, because it may be that in 5 or 10 years' time it's simply uneconomic. So on balance, he probably won't expand oil and gas drilling, but I'm not certain he won't.
Okay, and as I alluded to in that question, it's obviously something that President Trump criticised the the former Prime Minister Keir Starmer of, as not exploiting that energy in the North Sea. I mean, clearly the Trump administration and President Trump are important relationships that the new Prime Minister is going to have to navigate very carefully. How do you rate his chances of succeeding?
I think I have to say that nobody, even those who know him pretty well, can predict precisely how President Trump will respond to any particular issue. Andy Burnham will not go out of his way to pick a fight with Donald Trump. He will, as far as he can, seek cordial and practical relations, not necessarily the friendliest of relations, but cordial and practical relations on trade, on defence, on Ukraine, on NATO, and so on. But whether he'll succeed, Keir Starmer had a very bumpy ride with Donald Trump. They had very good relations for quite some time. And then when Keir Starmer was cautious about supporting American actions in Iran and didn't want to go along with some things that Donald Trump asked for in terms of access for his aircraft, Donald Trump turns against Prime Minister Starmer. So I don't think Andy Burnham will be looking for such a break with Trump, but who knows whether an issue will come up where Andy Burnham can't do or won't do something that Donald Trump really wants, in which case there will be an argument.
That's one important relationship. There are many others. One thing that I think Prime Minister Starmer can be credited for is improving relations between London and his neighbours, the 27 European Union member states just across the Channel. Do you see Andy Burnham continuing in that same vein?
Yes, and in the past he's been very enthusiastic about much closer relations with the EU. So I think we will. What's happened since Labour came to power, there's been a gradual ratcheting up of relations with the EU. It is making quite a lot of progress on some trade issues, especially things like food, on young people having the rights to study, British students across in the EU students in Britain, and so on. There's a whole lot of it's a big agenda, including incidentally on defence. And I think Andy Burnham will want to accelerate those discussions. His underlying view, which is expressed on a number of times, he would like in the long run for Britain to go back into the EU. Whether he will say that explicitly at this point, or whether he'll just simply take it step by step, I'm not sure. But I think he will certainly want to see an acceleration of agreements with the EU.
Do people in the UK ask themselves, how do we look right now to the rest of the world? I mean, this situation of, sort of a revolving door at number 10 Downing Street, it's quite new in the experience of British politics and the British people. How do you think it is viewed by the rest of the world?
Golly, if I'd had a day or so's notice, there are all sorts of polling sites like Pew Research in America who do lots of international research of this very kind. And what I would say to our friends abroad is be cautious about over-interpreting the large number of prime ministers we've had. Andy Burnham is the 7th in just over 10 years. And that's unprecedented in modern British history. And obviously it looks pretty odd. But, British politics has been turbulent ever since the Brexit referendum. And some of the aftermath of the Brexit referendum caused all sorts of problems with successive Conservative leaders. So I don't think it's the case that Britain is becoming like 1950s Italy, where the revolving door of prime ministers was a matter of course. I think there are particular reasons why it's happened for the last 10 years. And I would expect some degree of stability. I would expect Andy Burnham now to remain Prime Minister for the 3 years up to the next election, as long as assuming he goes the full length. I don't know whether he'll win or not. I think we'll see some degree of a return to normality. Can I guarantee that? No, I can't. But I wouldn't put too much store by saying 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years, Britain's ungovernable.
All right, and just lastly, I mean, since you mentioned the election is not due until 2029, do you see Burnham calling one sooner? I mean, would it be in his interest to do that, to give him some legitimacy in the eyes of the British people? After all, he wasn't voted in by the British public. His predecessor, Sir Keir Starmer, was, and only 2 years ago. Do you see him calling an election? Do you see him winning one?
Look, prime ministers do, over my lifetime, have a number of times come in mid-term, and everybody calls for a fresh election, and they never happen. It won't happen this time. Unless, this is the way, unless, if Labour goes into a 10 or 15 point lead in the polls over Reform and the Conservatives, and holds it for a couple of months, so it looks pretty stable, yes, then I think he might well be tempted to seek his own mandate. But he's got a big majority in Parliament at the moment. I can't see him putting that at risk just for the sake of demonstrating he has a mandate. Parliament will operate quite happily, or at least effectively, on the mandate from 2 years ago, which Keir Starmer won. We are a parliamentary system, not a presidential system.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to share that with us. Peter Kellner, political commentator and co-founder of YouGov. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.